an American Truck Simulator. It's been a while since we played, but for those who haven't seen American Truck Simulator before, it's a pretty straightforward game. You drive trucks, you deliver goods, you make money to get better trucks to buy, get better goods to deliver stuff. You have all sorts of missions. You got job market. You can hire drivers, so you can have like a bunch of different people making money for you at the same time, kind of thing. It's running a trucking business. With that said, I believe last I checked us parked at a place that has work. Yeah, let's go see what we got here. But yeah, so it is those things that you kind of drive around, do these jobs. You can do quick jobs where you don't have to like go to locations or anything like that. They pay slightly less. All right, what do you got for me jobs-wise? Freight job? Um, these are all... I mean, that actually pays pretty good for mileage. It's just not going very far. That's fine. Truck is a casual game. Oh, right, gotta go actually get my... Trying to see where it is. Gotta go grab my trailer. That's not the right button. I don't want to turn on my radio. That'll be DMCA or all over the place. Alright. But yeah. So we, yeah, so it's a nice chill game. Like, this isn't, super intensive, maneuver around. I mean, not normally. I have had a couple of times where you pull up to an intersection and just the AI is just ignoring the light blasting through and you're like, okay, was that a shooting star? In-game? I'm also rusty in this, so expect me to clip my trailer on stuff a couple of times. Alright. And we are off. But yeah, so it's a nice chill game. You just kind of go around. It's a great game for like if you've been in the office all day, been working hard, at a bunch of meetings, your brain is just frazzled, and you just want to chill. We just chill and drive some trucks. Okay. And sometimes wrecks happen, sometimes you drive extremely aggressively and burn through lights, the usual. Generally speaking, I actually mostly obey the laws in the game. Outside of when stuff like the AI just creates a parking lot on the road for no reason. Alright. And generally speaking, I just take the missions wherever I go to like wherever they take me kind of thing. That way I get a bunch of different routes. I do know there's all sorts of achievements in the game. Streamer blames the AI. I see how it is. Yep. Absolutely. No question about it. So one of the things that American Truck Simulator does that's kind of interesting is, you'll see down there it's like, oh, it's a 4-hour and 22-minute drive, 200 miles, and you're like, oh my god, no, not really. No, not really. It'll actually probably be about 15 minutes would be how long I would guess this drive will take. Because the game does this kind of clever thing that while you're in cities, even though say still, scaled down a little bit, it goes kind of normal speed, but when you get out into like the middle of nowhere, it kind of compresses the way the world is, like in time and all that. so that the time on just like empty road going from place to B. All right, so I gotta get inspected. The time going from point A to B goes much faster. So you'll notice like the time it takes to travel miles is inconsistent. And it's because it's doing some like finagling there for making the game enjoyable. Because if it actually took you like 5 in real life hours to drive from place to place, no one would play. Well, that's not true. There's a mod to actually do that. But very few people would actually do that. Alright. We got our vehicle weighed. That's just an inspection thing. They do that in real life. Trying to pick up for like extreme discrepancies between how much your truck is supposed to weigh and what it actually weighs. Alright. And I don't have like all the DLC, like I didn't get my hands on the Oklahoma DLC, which I kind of bummed about that one because I've heard good things. This is one of those games that if you buy all the DLCs, it'll cost you a mint. But you don't need to buy like any of the DLCs if you don't want to. Like Sims. Oh, exactly. So many of the simulator style games have been that way. Like Truck Simulator, you can buy like all sorts of different trucks, paint jobs, you know, there's map extensions, all those things, and they all add up. Farming Simulator 22 could be the same way, where you can buy all sorts of DLC that adds, you know, extra types of tractors, crops, that kind of stuff. I think all that's fine though, because like as long as the base game by itself without the DLC feels good, that you don't feel like, you know, you got ripped off, you're just not getting what you want out of it kind of thing. Oh, and thank you. I'm assuming Eunuch, you posted there. I saw the announcement update. I was like, oh right, I should be doing that. I've debated setting up the bot to do that automatically. My only hesitation with that kind of thing is it puts out the giant block. Like I can't tell it like this is the first one, do it this way. When I switch it, make it less noisy. At least not that I found. I probably can. You know, when I add it to my 50 bajillion item to-do list. Alright. So we're going towards Bakersfield. But, and for those who don't know where we're at in the world, we're by California. There probably is a way. Oh, yeah, there's gotta be a way. It's just how much of a hassle is it to set it up? And then two, how fragile is it? For those who don't know what I'm talking about with that, it's referring to, like, software stuff. If I set up an application, and all within the application, it does all the calculations, it does the result, that's a pretty strong program. Because everything's self-contained, the likelihood of something breaking it gets pretty low, as long as I've done, you know, my proper work. For a program to be fragile is, say, for example, like the the Chat GPT mod thing I did for Skyrim the one time, where we had a AI character in our world that would actually, like, you know, use Chat GPT and all that to talk back to us using OpenAI and everything. That would be fragile because we had a mod, we had the game itself, we had OpenAI, we had Azure was running the voice to text, like all that stuff, and if any of those components stop working, the whole thing stopped working. So that'd be a fragile system. Now, it was like super awesome, but it's one of those ones that if you run it for a length of time, expect to spend a certain amount of time troubleshooting it. When, you know, like Azure does an update and everything breaks, or the mod does an update and everything breaks, and that kind of stuff. We had a Bethesda game. Of course it was a fragile system. Right. But the idea is, the more components controlled by the more different people, the more fragile your system usually is. The more likely it is to be broken anytime something changes. It was really cool though. Oh yeah. For those who want to see more of that, Bloody Drongo does that regularly. Friend of the channel and all that. I shouldn't say regularly. He's done that a number of times. And it's really fantastic. Driver's made his lunch. Oh, speed limit's down a lot. Find fast or leave with. Okay. Look, man. If you're gonna run ads, I'm gonna need my cut. If you're gonna literally advertise products in chat, I'm gonna need my cut. All right. If the viewers got to put up with sponsored content, I got to get paid too. For the record, if anyone does manage to get some advertising group with... Oh man, who was that? I'm trying to remember, was it Pepsi? I don't want to, I'm not sure. There was some company, like a big company a while back. Like we're talking 2-3 years ago maybe. That was the whole thing they did was they were hopping into chat. They would donate some amount of money on a chat that's text-to-speech to advertise their product. And they were like, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, we're paying the people to run the ad kind of thing. But obviously that wasn't the intention. Which my understanding was, I think one of the content creators actually took them to court and it got settled. I don't remember what company it was. And it got settled because they were acting like it was a sponsorship, but legally speaking, for it to actually be a sponsorship, I gotta agree to it too. You can't say like the local baseball team is sponsoring your product by showing up to their game without letting them know and then selling your products without getting any kind of permission. But yeah. And unfortunately, it was a very successful campaign because while everyone was pissed off and upset about it, it got everyone talking about it. And so people were thinking about it. But like there was a whole thing that a bunch of creators were pushing at the time for Twitch basically to... It was Coca-Cola. They already had my money. I don't remember who it was. It was a big company, like... I don't think it was Coke. I can't remember if it was, like, Pepsi or a pizza company. Like, I don't want to point fingers where there's not fingers to be pointed. But it was a big company like that. Like a big chain, like a Domino's or a Papa John's or something. I just don't remember who it was. But, there was a push for creators, and I think Twitch actually did update its TOS that was along the lines that was basically saying, if you do this, like companies, if you do this, like you will have your like actual accounts like banned on Twitch if like we figure it out kind of thing. Like basically it's like this is super not okay. Because what's gonna happen is everyone is gonna have to turn off TTS. Everyone is gonna have to turn off like hype chat when that came out. You like would have had to turn like anything that would like give a viewer the ability to kind of like promote their message. You'd have had to get rid of because all sorts of companies would have picked up on that and start doing it. So, under pressure, Twitch put the kibosh on that, being like, hey, if you do this, like, we will suspend your accounts. I think they also threatened legal action. I can't remember. It was a whole big thing. Like I said, this is like 2-ish years ago, 3-ish years ago. Like, I can't remember if I had started streaming yet. It was around the same time I had started. Yeah, it's a dirty move and a very intrusive promotion. Well, especially, like, with how sensitive people are about ads because they're everywhere and they're invasive already to begin with. And then, like, you have the ads you're being paid for that, you know, whether or not you want to agree to them, you kind of have to. I.e., like, anyone streaming on Twitch, you're agreeing to have pre-rolls or, like, mid-rolls. Like, you don't get a third option, you have to do one of them. To then have some third party unrelated to Twitch ramming in additional ads. like without your consent, you know, that very quickly like takes that anger up to 11. Yep, and you did see tumbleweeds. They're just doing their thing. Collecting all along the fences. Like, that's when you go out to, like, if you go out to California, I mean, you can't see it because, like, it's nighttime right now in the game. You look off the side of the roads a lot of places. I think we're actually, I think we're in California still. Bakersfield? I have no idea. But, you look at, like, the sides of the road, and usually what you'll have is like, and this is like, Central Valley and all that. You'll have, like, the road. You'll have a section off the side of the road that'll have, like, a little bit of grass or whatever. And then there'll be this area where they've, like, just dug up all the plants that'll be, like, turned over to dirt, which is a fire break to help mitigate fire from spreading. And then you usually have, like, a fence around there. And if you look at, like, and it'll just be, like, a chain link fence. And you look at those fences, a lot of times it'll be just this big mash of, like, tumbleweeds on one side of it or the other. And then periodically, I assume they have people go out and clean that up. It doesn't stop the fire from spreading, it makes it take a lot longer. Or, you know, take more wind than that. And it says, everything is very intrusive and flashy and in your face these days. I don't like it. Yeah, that's the big thing. I've talked from the perspective of, I used to work for a company who would buy lots of ads. I won't say specifics on it because it gets too easy to dox myself kind of thing. But it was one of those kind of companies that you had kind of your big season and your slow season. And it was like disturbing how effective ads were, which we were primarily using like Google WordSense and that kind of thing for our ads. But you'd sit there and you'd have all your salespeople on the floor and the phones would barely be ringing. Hey. Don't slam your brakes, convertible. Do you want to die? You jerk. But, like, it'd be just people, like, standing around, drinking coffee, chit-chatting because none of the phones are ringing. You'd drop, you know, $50,000, $100,000 on whatever amount of money you decided on an ad campaign using Google WordSense or whatever. And the phones would blow up to the point that you would need to bring more people in. So it was, like, upsetting how effective ads are. Like, there's a reason why companies blow ridiculous amounts of money on ads. They do work. They work really well. And I know there's always the one person in chat who pop up and be like, no, they don't. I never respond to an ad. Cool, you're that one person. Congratulations. You don't represent everyone. But, it's one of those things that when you look at ads, though, from the advertiser's perspective, the more intrusive the ad is, the more valuable. Yeah, even if they say that, it still works. Yep. Mindshare. You see an ad at noon for pizza and you get to the end of the day and you're like, man, I don't know what I want for dinner. You know, pizza sounds good, and you don't even recall that you saw the ad for pizza earlier in the day to get you hungry. But yeah, so the more intrusive it is, the more they know you saw it. Versus, like, stuff that you can kind of ignore. Especially, like, you know, the little banner images off on the side. That stuff that you really, you know, you can kind of just shut out. A lot of that stuff is valued very, very lowly by advertisers. Because you can ignore a lot of it. And there's lots of technical ways you can also get rid of it. Versus, you know, in the actual feed of the video of the stream takes over, so there's just no getting around it. Like, your ad blocker does nothing because it's physically the video of the stream. There is no, like, the best you can do is maybe make it so the stream blacks out during it or whatever. That kind of thing. Like, those are valued extremely high. Ads when you're, like, you know, you're not at the movie theater. I mean, I guess the movie theater work. But, like, you know, you're at the movie theater, they've got a captive audience, you're sitting there, you're waiting for your thing, and they can just shove an ad in the middle of it where they know you're not going to leave the room. Like, that kind of thing. Those are also valued very highly. Now, granted, with the movie theater, that's the reason I'm saying it's not a great example, is because it's a much smaller number of people you're showing that ad to. But there's that whole thing. Like, once you understand the economics around advertising, it's just one of those things like, yeah, I get why this is the way it is. Doesn't mean I like it, but I understand. You don't have a stop. You don't have a stop, man. Oh yeah, now you're gonna go. Simulating real life driving right here. Don't yield the right of way. You mess everything up when you do that. If it's your turn to go, just go. When you stop and you wave the other person on, it makes it more complicated for everyone and slows it down for everyone. It's cool that you're trying to be nice, but you're actively making it worse. I should have tapped my brakes a little bit more before I started turning. It's fine. Oh, that's an easy one. Just straight in. Okay. Let's see. By the way, you found a piece about that story you told. It was a fast food place. How they did it was just filthy by giving a discount to viewers for advertising the products. Yeah, it was a whole thing. Like that, there was a reason there was an outrage with that. It was a way of 100% justified outrage. Like there's times with that kind of stuff that, you know, people get all bent out of shape and you go, it wasn't that bad. Like, no, this one's pretty bad. Okay. So right now, our character is getting real sleepy. So what we're going to do is we're just going to sneak right around here. This is a little tight. Okay. I'm going to believe I saw that there was a rest stop just to the left over here. So we're going to stop there. Get ourselves some gas. There's not a gas station yet. That's fine. We're going to give ourselves a little bit of a sleep. We're going to find our next place to get a trailer. And go from there. Thing is, like, I will literally blast my horn at people who stop a line traffic just to let the one person they got eventually. Yeah, I like what Tomb does. Like, the person can't hear it, but she just like yells "go." Like they can't hear her, but just yells "go." And it's sleepy time. Jay-Z couldn't find a job. You. I am not paying you to not work, sir. I also yell like your wife. Yeah. Alright, so we got another business right here. We're gonna pop in here and see if they got anything that needs delivered. You can actually pull up the map and be like, what's the next delivery and all that. The reason I'm going for this one right here is just because it's right here. I haven't gone to it before, so sure. Alright, do you have any freight for me? No. Alright, well. I see a red car, you're just gonna have to live with it, man. Alright. Basically, I'm revealing parts of the map that I haven't revealed before. So you see where it's gray? That means I haven't been there before. So I'm just cruising down the road, revealing a couple of places real fast. Because there is an achievement for, like, fully revealing the entire map. Or having visited or whatever. Oh, BMF has a video out? BMF. I don't know who that is. Yeah, there you go. You see, Ella F just made us $5,000, Jay-Z. Jay-Z being like, I couldn't find work. I had to do maintenance on my truck. It cost you money and didn't make anything. I don't think you're applying yourself. I shouldn't say that. No idea about BMF. Oh, is it like an advertise? Oh. Well, the thing is, you're using an acronym. And when you use an acronym, you have to explain what the acronym is. It's how it always goes. Alright, so wheel loader. Cool. Well, I mean, if you say the acronym for a channel, you're still advertising the channel. If you assume people understand what you're saying. That'd be like saying, if I say America Online, I'm advertising for America Online. But if I say AOL, I'm not. It's like, well, no. One's a more effective one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There we go. True. But since they already known, what was the point? That'd be the point, no less? But that's the thing. They're not known. I have no idea who the heck they are. AOL is that company that makes art, right? With the shiny silver circle? I'm teasing. What do you want to know? I mean, I don't know if I want to know or not. I don't know what they are. That's the catch. You announced that they had something out, and I don't know what that, like, I don't know anything about them. That's like saying the Zoinkies have a new video out. It's like, who the heck's the Zoinkies? I don't know. Do you want to know? I don't know if I want to know. We might catch that telephone pole. I took that tighter than I should have. Basically, as a person going about taking on eating challenges. Ah, okay. That is not what I would have expected. Alright. Back onto the highway. That's so random. Blurb Gerb has a new blurb out. Yeah. He does it in a surprisingly funny way. That's cool. I can't say there's been many eating challenge videos I've gotten into. I've gotten way more into, like, cooking challenges. I don't know. Because, like, eating challenges usually boil down to, like, one of three things. Either one, it's just, like, who can eat the most the fastest kind of thing, which is always disgusting in the most mesmerizing way. Or two, it's something that, like, is very difficult to eat because it's, like, ridiculously spicy or something. Or three, it's just, like, really weird food kind of thing. Which the weird food can be interesting to me. If it's weird food, like, it's out, like, goes out of its way to just be, like, the most disgusting thing they can come up with, that's less interesting to me, but yeah. woodworking and metalworking videos can be a lot of chill fun. Hey, Allison. I am having fun being trucker, just chilling and relaxing and vibing. Gives him a plate of food, a good amount of time to fish. Oh yeah, so it's like eating at a time. Yeah, that wouldn't interest me. I mean, it's cool that he has like his audience and all that. Hey look, it's the Monkey King. This game is great for buying? Absolutely. No return doesn't have to pay for the meal, perhaps something extra like a t-shirt. Yeah. You've also done some woodworking, so it's good times as long as you practice tool safety. Yep. I have a wood lathe in the garage. Little one that just sits on top of my bench. I actually have a decent number of tools. I used to do a lot of woodworking. Not as much these days. It's the classic, I only have time for so many things. And before we forget, for those who haven't checked out Allison Adventures, a fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, so if you're looking for that kind of thing, there you go. Those are my ASMR videos, woodworking and wood turning. Oh yeah, like wood turning especially is really good. Woodworking depends on what they're doing. Like it's not very ASMR when they start blasting the wood lathe, or not the wood lathe, the table saw. It's hard to ASMR, which is like max volume. You just bought a tabletop belt sander for metalworking? Nice. And I remember the big rule with the sander is point the direction it's rotating. Like, I'm assuming it's tabletop. Like, at a wall you don't care about. Like, some place where something gets away, you don't care. And if you're doing something small and it starts to get away from you, you let it go. You can worry about the dents in the walls. You can't worry about, you know, sanding off some fingertips. You watching content? Oh, it's cool vibes? Well, thank you. We do our best. If people would stop passing me on the right, I'd like to get over. Actually, I don't want to get over. It's an exit only. You can have that lane. It's yours. Is it mid-October yet? I want City Skylines 2. For whatever reason, the overpass there is just like, man, I can't wait for City Skylines 2. I am real excited with a lot of the changes they're making to that game. Like, the milestones are no longer be based on population, so you could have, like, a small but stable city and, like, gradually advance the tech in the game. Or you could just, you know, balloon your city up and advance that. Like, it's, there's, like, a quality of life kind of thing that you offer your citizens that it helps. There's a bunch of different ways you can progress your game. Versus City Skylines 1, it's basically just more population. Or if you're doing, like, the parks and that, you know, more guests at the parks. You know, hit your milestones there. They're going to make weather a lot more impactful. From what I remember, didn't they say that, like, instead of, say, Skylines 1, where, you know, it rains and the water wink wink disappears, that water will actually, like, pool and collect and everything. So if you have a bunch of your roads that, like, dip down, like, trough kind of things in an area that rains a bunch, you'll end up have lots of flooding on your roads. They let you do the thing, I forget what it's called, parallel roads. So if you remember when we were playing the train game and all that kind of thing, so they have, like, the railroad track. You say, I want another railroad track that goes right alongside of it. I could just add another railroad track right next to it, but I could do that with roads. And it's like, oh man. If you've ever tried to, like, really make the roads look good together and say Skylines, it ends up being this whole art of, like, either using mods or, like, you take like a road, you make it straight, you do like a right angle, then you take the other road and you make it straight along there so that they're spaced the same amount, then you get rid of, like, where you cross those roads, and then you do, like, the next set. It's such a pain. And you make one mistake and then it's off and you have to, like, delete 2 whole sections and try again. That's the reason why when I play City Skylines, I just use the Move It mod. Oh, that road's wrong. We'll just slide that and move it where we want it. Cindy cookies that you've been making wall shells, mostly with hand tools. It's made from. You made them soft with 240 grit hand sanding. Nice. And if you stain them, it'd be very light at that level of grit. Well, I mean, depending on the stain, you could still make them dark if you wanted. But it would take a lot, like, you'd have to do multiple rounds with stains to get it to stick more. But yeah. They had, they did a lot more with the simulation of cars, so, like, your roads in, say, Skylines, too, they can have traffic accidents on the roads that cause, you know, traffic patterns. Like, different traffic issues. So you can, you know, you can sit there and if you plan your roads poorly where they're more accident-prone kind of thing, it will kind of exacerbate traffic problems. Chris says, I do a teensy amount of woodworking. I'd love to do more, but I don't really have the space. Yeah, I feel that one. Like, our house has a garage, but, like, when you put the 2 cars in it, there's really no space to do anything at all. And being in Florida where if your car sits outside, it just gets baked. I wouldn't want to leave my car outside just for all the paint to fade. Which is really common here. A lot of people make their garages into, like, their workshop, their hobby room, whatever you want to call it. The room they're gonna make a mess. I did see that the new City Skylines is going to include a bunch of disasters just in the base game. Not as many as... I think it wasn't as many as the Disasters DLC. Like, they definitely left room for them to expand. Because they're going to. It's a Paradox game. There's going to be DLC, just accept that. But, yeah. You didn't really want to stay in there, so you put them on the wall? That's fair. Like, especially depending on what you're putting them on. Putting on them, I mean. Like, I've had stuff that instead of staining it, I'll hit it with wax, just get beeswax. That way you can seal it so that, you know, moisture doesn't attack it and hurt it. I've done that a lot of times. Some things I don't mind DLC when they make meaningful updates game. Agreed. Like, again, if the base game feels good for what you paid 30 bucks, you got a complete game, and you're like, yeah, if this is all the game ever was, I would be okay with that. That's A+. Now, when it comes to the DLC side of things, if, like, you get your DLC and you go, okay, this DLC... Like, the Disasters DLC for City Skylines is one of the better ones, in my opinion. Because it adds a handful of disasters that happen random chance. And then you have, like, the whole evacuation shelters, evacuation routes, all that. Cool. As long as you don't disable disasters, that's a fun and interesting DLC. Versus, for an example of a bad DLC, is I would say the airport DLC in City Skylines was a bad DLC. That is the only DLC I got for City Skylines that I was like, I kind of wish I could go back and unbuy this. Because all it did is it lets you kind of like cookie cutter, like, or shouldn't say, like modularly build your airport. But for the most part, when you're playing the game, it's just better to build the base airport and not put all the effort into making a fancy one. Like, the fancy one in a lot of ways kind of works against you. Let alone for, I think it was like 15, 20 bucks or whatever it was for that DLC. The walkable cities, whatever they're called. Oh, was it, oh, what do they call that? Was it the Plazas DLC or whatever? The one where they, made walkable cities? That one was a very meaningful DLC to me. That one, I find it difficult to make cities the way I want to in that one. Because, like, it's really easy to, like, cookie cutter out a city that way. But it's, like, all grid pattern, and I usually don't grid pattern my cities most of the time. So, I like it, but it really favors gridding. So I've done a lot with it, but I end up doing like a mix of multiple cities and all that. But that could be fun. Like you have like the ritzy downtown part of your city that's, you know, like made of money, is pure gentrification, and then you go off to the other side and like you've got some like rural communities kind of thing, like more suburbia kind of bit. Then you can go in and like have like your proper like very dense population, like metropolis kind of situation. It'd be fun to do a little bit of all of that, like all in one city, have like the different districts, neighborhoods. All right, so we're heading towards LA. They merge over to not be in the exit only lanes. But yeah. Now, and there's like, I also don't mind games that do cosmetic only DLCs. Like, I'm fine with that as well. Even though those DLCs don't really add anything, and I don't usually buy them almost ever. It's one of those things I'm like, yeah, I get it. Like, you know, you want to support a game, you want to get your character, like, you know, that cool armor or that pretty dress or whatever. Sure. I'm not gonna fault you. Now it's also a thing. It depends. Like if it's like, oh yeah, you can buy this fancy dress. It's $1,000 real life dollars to get this DLC. I'm like, all right, well I have a problem with that. Like support the game and all, but come on, man. Let's be reasonable here. And people justify it as like, oh, supporting the game, like right, but like, come on. There you go, Natalia. Bringing in $7,257. Excellent. There'll be an extra cookie in the cookie jar at the office. It'll be oatmeal raisin though. Like we don't want to oversell it here. No chocolate chip. The chocolate chips are mine. You know, it says I like that Paradox often releases big free update with their DLCs. Yeah. Like that's also been a nice thing. Like if you play Stellaris, for example, they'll have like the DLC, they'll have like a whole new faction, they'll have like this whole new I forget what the terms they use for it. Like the equivalent of ideology from RimWorld, like the government type or whatever. And even if you don't have the DLC, they'll still add a bunch of the stuff around there. Alright, Night Dweller. You take it easy. You get your beauty sleep. Alright. But yeah, so I find a lot of the DLC from Paradox games, for the most part, I like them. There's been one or two misses. Like I said, the airport DLC from, say, Skylines was a hard miss in my book. But most of them I've been very happy with. Now the downside, and I do feel, and Paradox does some of this, but they do need to do more of this in my opinion, is if you're not in the game when it first comes out, you kind of get that whole problem of, you know, they keep adding like little DLC, which is, you know, $5 here, $10 there, $15 there, whatever, to, you know, get expansions and all that. And the problem is when you come in, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years later, and you're like, oh, there's that game I always meant to play. Yeah, let me go check it out. And like the base game will be like $15, $20 because it'll be, you know, super cheap because it's not recent. And then you look at the DLC and there's like $300 of DLC, and you're like, what? Because you're not going to spend that kind of money. I do wish they did more, and they do some. That sometimes what they'll do is they'll take some of their older DLC and they'll just bundle it in with the game, so when you buy the game, you just get the DLC, no extra charge. I do feel like it should be a thing that they that Paradox does, that they have like a cadence to it where they come out with a game, you know, a year later they come out with their first DLC. Cool, on board. A year after that they come out with the next DLC. The year after that they come out with that DLC. And then, like, after 2 or 3 DLCs, they just bundle up those 3 DLCs and they just make that part of the base game now. and just do that kind of thing. Or at least base game for people who buy it at that point. I can see the argument for not just giving the DLC to people who wait kind of thing, which, don't get me wrong, I'd rather they do that. But just for anyone who wants to get into the game for the first time, you know, after a certain period of time, after DLC's been out for a while, it becomes part of the base game if you're a new purchase. Yep. Oh yeah, no, and it makes sense for them to, you know, continue to like do major updates that add tons to the game, and then, you know, charge you an extra for that. Like, that's fine. And there'll be people who push back, and I'm glad the soup was nummy. But and I get the people who push back, and they're like, well, Terraria has been doing updates for 10 years, and they never charged another dime. I'm like, right, Terraria is something unique and special. Don't they usually call it something like Definitive Edition or something? I have no idea. Yeah, Terraria, in so many ways, is an outlier in so many things. In a good way. Also, Steam makes it really easy to buy all the DLC for a game. There's less need to bundle them. Yeah. Like, and it could even be that the bundle is, you know, again, you take your old DLC, and you'll be like, the 2023 DLC pack. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You are correct. Yep. Thank you for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that, Sunny Cookie. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel, and soup. We did not just blow through that stop sign like no one's business. You saw nothing. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Eonek. And yes, you are correct. Soup is good. We had a whole conversation about this the other day, about, like, you know, you don't want to put a lot of effort into dinner kind of things. And that, like, soup and that kind of stuff was a really good. I keep stopping way too short. Oh no. Nah, not gonna worry about it. Like, the taking the time to park it, they take so little from you. It is like, eh. Alright. Hey, you got the 1,000 bits badge. And we almost have a hype train. You really like soup? It's a comfort food? Oh, absolutely. I mentioned that one of my go-tos for, like, when I'm, like, not wanting to put a lot of effort, I'll have chili. So, like, I'll have done all the work in advance to, like, you know, brown meat, all that kind of stuff. And then the day I want to be lazy, it's just huck it all in the crock pot, turn it on, proceed to ignore. I don't know how I didn't hit them. You want to go? You want to go? You want to go? You want to go? They wanted to go. It's Ray's Hamburgers. Welcome back, Spork. How's it going? And while we gas up the truck, I'm suddenly being concerned about how wide the truck is. While we gas up. Oh, they make me hold the button. Boo. Boo, I forgot about that. Loving Oklahoma? Finally my home state? Yeah, I don't have the Oklahoma DLC. I'd, like, I just haven't picked it up yet. I've heard it's good. I've heard the topography there is just a lot different. Alright. I think I'm good. Had some food, shower, feel human again. Nice long shower. That's with the whole dyeing of the hair thing. So I haven't done the semi-permanent dye in my hair before. It's weird to me every time I shower that, like, you know, you put the soap in there and, like, you know, you're rinsing the soap out and the soap's just purple. It's like light purple, just slightly purple. But it's just purple. Which I get, that's what leads to it slowly fading. Is that in sunlight, you're slowly taking the dye out. Alright. So I'm gonna take 2 seconds and have just a little bit of my soup, because I'm hungry, and then we'll get the next one going. There are no orphans, nor have we ever consumed them. I'm not gonna just blast through the soup all in one go. This is good soup. I'm gonna enjoy it. It's roasted pepper tomato soup. Mmm. Roasted pepper. Alright, so usually I almost always choose whichever one gives me the most per mile. Probably not the thing. That sounds delicious. It's excellent. Now I'm hungry. I'm sorry. Unless it's about time to eat, then I'm not sorry. But yeah, if it isn't time to eat, then I'm sorry. It takes 2.5 hours to get to Tulsa, so it's shocking you go to Tulsa in 1 hour. But that's okay. Or how the game works. Yeah, the game finagles things. Okay. This is nowhere near min-maxing our money, by the way. People know I don't generally min-max it, you know, in my games in general. You know, unless that's like the whole point of the game is to min-max. So like automation games, sometimes you will. But oh, I did not realize it was drifting forward the whole time. That's fine. It's my turn, I guess. You like smells good stuff? Yep. That's the pro and the con of doing the slow cooker soup or stew or whatever. Is you start slow cooking it, your whole house starts smelling absolutely delicious. And you're not going to be eating for, you know, however many hours. Alright. Guys, make a human again? Need to rehumanize myself? Alright. So we're going to go ahead and have our character catch a sleep real fast. The coffee's excellent, chili. Feeling humans too overrated? Yup. Hard agree. Who needs to check if cars are coming? We got places to be. My mirror is blocking the angle so I can't see up that road. Nice cozy rain vibes? Absolutely. I usually keep the rain turned up pretty high, because like, this game without weather, it's fine, but it's just not as like interesting to look at. Since you currently feel like a pile of sludge, you'll take human. That's reasonable. Alright, looks like we're heading towards Phoenix. I'm not at all checking the routes. It's just pick it up. It's like, where are we going next? I don't know, but we're going there. But yeah, no, that's I keep meaning to pick up hamburger when I'm at the store, like just ground beef. I mean, not hamburger, ground beef, just so I can make some chili. I think we have literally I'll have to double check. I think we have literally everything else I need. I just don't have the ground beef. You're the one driver they love. This guy doesn't look, I bet. He just takes all of them. Yep. Like, you can make... I had people not argue with me, but they were like, oh yeah, the best money is to have your own truck and all that, and if you compare jobs in the game, that's true, but then you have to, like, actually get to the good paying jobs, like, drive there, and it was just one of those things I found, I was like, you know what, actually... Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Usually it does penalize you. I don't know why it didn't. No complaints, just work. That little car shouldn't have been there. I know, right? Here I am, just trying to do my job, and here come these, like, Sunday drivers, all like, I'm trying to commute to and from work. I'm like, I'm already at work. Hey, Goliath there. You should get a better engine. So you don't have to, like, slow down the lane and all that. You can min-max this game, but min-max isn't fun. I feel like there's those games you min-max, though, and you don't really get that much out of it. Like, don't get me wrong, you could definitely make way better money than I'm making. But... nothing. Let's see. Hanky Doodle saying, I actually just made Chili Day. It was the bomb. Absolutely. I'm also proud of myself that there's a lot of seasonings I've learned to just make from scratch myself when I realize I don't have, like, a pouch of seasoning or whatever. Like, I made enchilada sauce, I made enchilada seasoning, I made taco seasoning, I made chili seasoning, just like, oh, we're out of this. Okay, go get the cumin, get some garlic, get some onion, get some salt, get it all together, make it happen. And most of the time, it's turned out really well. I've had once or twice that it was a little peppier than I meant it to be. But, you know, that happens. Get a little bit too ambitious with a cayenne. Because I personally really do enjoy some spicy food. But sometimes I make it a little bit much for two. Not like inedible too much, just definitely could have toned it down a little. Alright, Darstar, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out and all that. Like, slightly looking sideways out of the window. Outlet Center Drive. And we're going through Barstow. Right, white car, don't go for it. I'm coming over. I'd use my blinker buttons, but I don't know what they are in this game. And there's no consequences for me not using them, so I don't really care. Sorry if that picked up on the mic. I didn't mean to slurp it. Okay, we're not going to Bakersfield this time. Just passing through. Alright, meanwhile, give me just a minute. Okay. Still dealing with from when I was sick. Like, I'm not 100%. Like, I feel fine, but just I have to clear my throat from time to time. Deal with all that. We should be in Arizona soon, at which point then it won't be restricted to 55 miles per hour. Because that's a California law. They keep the trucks at those speeds to mitigate wear on the road so they don't have to repair them as frequently, therefore saving tons and tons and tons of tax dollars. Because the big heavy trucks do, when it comes to road wear and tear, they do way, way heavier. What am I hauling? No, a trailer. There's a guy who's like, I need you to take some somewhere. I'm like, alright. Just point me the way. And then we start going. I'm pretty sure this is where we were just a couple minutes ago, this mining company. I think that was the route before this one. No questions, no problem. Yeah, asking questions is someone else's job. Sounds like something illegal? Nah, it's probably fine. Oh, we trucking, yep. Okay. And on my character I have like, I think I maxed out the long haul was the very first thing I maxed out. Because when I play this off stream, that's the way I like to play. It's just, you know, take something that goes for ridiculous distance away to get like the best, you know, dollar per mile kind of thing and be like, all right, that's what we're doing, you know, and just drive from one place to another for like a full hour. Get some colossal payout. But this one, I'm trying to do more of so I get more of the different routes. Just wherever I drop something off, I just try and grab whatever thing is nearby to the next location. Is this your own truck? Yes, we own this truck in the game. I've got 3 or 4 other people running around doing stuff. Which, amusingly enough, one of the random names they gave one of my drivers was Jay-Z. So, I have that. Are these maps scaled down? Yes. Sort of. What they do is, I mean, it's all scaled down, yes. But, the cities, when you're in the cities, they're closer to normal size. But when you get, like, in the middle of nowhere, like where we're at right now, you'll notice we end up going... like, the miles and the hours go much faster. Because, like, around the cities, those hours and minutes seem not super far off from reality. But then you know you go here, it's like those minutes are going just barely over a second a minute. You know, he says, the longer trips are better as long as you don't crash early on. The map scale is 120? Cool. There you go. But the game does some finagling between cities to make it go faster. Because like you'll notice at 5 hours 6 minutes, the speed at which that minute starts counting down or is counting down, there'll be times it's faster and slower. Something says, because I feel like a coast-to-coast route might not be fun in real life. Oh no. Absolutely not. Alright, we're not required to do this weighing station. We could skip it. I hope they keep expanding this game more and more. Because it would be interesting to literally be able to go and take, like, a pickup from, you know, Seattle, Washington, like, all the way to, like, Maine, or all the way to, you know, Miami or something like that. Yeah, I think I'd be with, like, Flem Sneezy, though, that for me, I've never been, like, a big road trip kind of vacationer. Being stuck in a car or driving for a long period of time is, a lot. And I've done the drive from Florida, like, Central Florida to Ohio, both as the driver and as passengers, a decent number of times, from all the way up to childhood to 2 years ago? Like, I think it was, like, right around the time I hit partner. I did the trip up to Ohio. And, like, seeing Ohio and all that's cool. The driving part in the middle, I could pass. It was just right then, like, the pandemic was, like, in full swing. And the idea of jumping in a tiny little steel tube with a whole bunch of sick people was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. If I would have had to flow, I would have gone. I would have done something else. So instead, we road tripped it. Which we did check out some cool things. We hit some coal mines, and I think it was in Virginia. I'm not. Was it Virginia or Kentucky? It doesn't matter. Somewhere along the way. So we stopped at a few places. But I mean, all the time lost driving, and I understand you get to see that. It's just not really my kind of thing. It's cool for those who it is. I wouldn't necessarily do the trip more than once or twice. And even then, you change the route up a little. Yeah, you can do that kind of thing. Like, for my childhood, it was a very common thing from where I grew up in Michigan that my folks would drive all the way down to Florida to visit my mom's side of the family. So I have been in vehicles who have been driving distance, and they would mix it up. Like, sometimes they go through different parts of Ohio, other times they go through different parts of, like, Kentucky or Tennessee or whatever. But, I don't know, it's just never my thing. I'm just really not the road tripping kind of person. You've been to, let's see, you've gone New York to Oregon twice, both kind of sucked. For road tripping? Yeah, that's a lot. Especially when you get to, like, the middle of the country where it's mostly fields. I forget what they have. It's like what's like road hypnosis or whatever it is. There's some kind of thing where it's just like the environment around you is just so the same that you just like mentally check out of everything. So you have to have like a passenger there like talking to you to like keep your brain engaged. Yes, it's London saying, yeah, my dad's parents lived up in the northern part of Finland. We drive multiple times this summer. That's only like 4 or 5 hours there. I don't know the lengths you're talking. The lengths I'm talking are, if you're being reasonable, like 2 days. If you're being unreasonable, a little over a day. Yeah, no, 4 or 5 hours isn't that bad. Yeah, 4 or 5 hours would be way less thing. But yeah, the child is definitely less enjoyable as an adult, especially when you drive yourself. Is more fun. So it's funny. I used to do like enjoy doing a lot of driving. I used to have a convertible. I'm in Florida area, so just drive over along the beaches with the top down, having a good time, that kind of thing. But I found over the years I enjoy driving less and less and less as time's gone on. Like these days, driving has become entirely, this is a thing I have to do to get what I want to do. So, like, if I'm going to a thing, this is the necessary evil to do that. And that's just, I just don't enjoy driving anymore. Which is funny, because I enjoy this. Because in this, I don't have to worry about, like, speeding tickets. Like, I don't have to worry about, like, oh, there's a cop behind me. Am I making a mistake? Am I going to get a ticket for something I don't realize is wrong? Oh, you know, is my car going to have problems? Oh, I'm going to deal with, like, unexpected traffic. You know, is there someone who's going to, like, turn their truck in the side of the road, crossing all the lanes? Is going to be, like, bad construction. Like, all these things that make driving no fun. And this, on the other hand, it's like you get like the traffic, you can swerve around it. You know, if you clip another car, it's like, yeah, you just reduce the amount of profit I get. It's fine. You don't have to worry about the implications of you might have just killed a person or really badly injured them. You've done thousands of dollars of damage that, you know, is going to be a big thing. You got points on your license. You have to worry, like, all that stuff doesn't exist because video game. Oh, good. We're in Arizona finally, so I can actually go 75. Yeah, same for you. You drove a truck for a few years, and I'd rather just take a train or a bus than drive myself if it's more than a couple hours. Agreed. Trains, I wish we had more trains here in the U.S. Like, we do have a train in Florida, but it only goes a handful of places, which makes it really kind of hard to do much with it. Whereas there's other parts of the country that are a lot better where they got their light rails and all that. But as far as like transportation where I don't have to drive, there's really like almost no options here in Florida. Like there's a bus, but the buses are run very poorly here. It's a thing. I would absolutely love them. And they are building out more trains here. It's just we're like 40 years behind where we should be. They're fortunate to have a good public transportation system. Railroads owned by a government and a bunch of private bus companies. Cool. Yeah, everywhere I've traveled that has had like subways, metros, railway systems, light rails. I haven't had so much for buses. There's only been a couple places where buses were the system, and it was fine. But all the others, I've never had one of them that I'm like, oh man, this is awful. I regret using this. And a lot of the ones I've ridden, I'm like, this is this is perfectly fine. I used it for months on end, and it was totally cool. And I'll hear people like badmouth, like, oh my god, it's so terrible, it's awful, you don't understand. I'm like, no, I used that. Like, I was there for months. Like, it's totally fine. I would prefer it over driving every day of the week. It's fine that people don't like it. That's cool. Don't use it. But like, the subway in New York City was fine. The light rail going through Portland and all that in Oregon is fine. Seattle's light rail is actually pretty solid. And don't get me wrong, I've got on there and there's like the person screaming at themselves about stuff that makes no sense. You run into that. You know, people in a state of crisis or whatever. But, you know, that's kind of more the exception or whatever. Like the one in Portland, Oregon, I rode that a whole bunch because I was visiting, my younger brother lives up that way, and then I had a conference in Portland proper. So it was like, I was staying at a hotel, but like getting on the light rail going one way, then later in the day going the other way, and doing that every day. So I effectively had a daily commute. You know, that was just for the conference versus like later on I had it, not at Portland, but for Salt Lake City. I was there for a bit more time. I would love to be able to just go to the local train stop, hop on a train, be in, like, or light rail or whatever, you know, be in downtown Orlando in whatever amount of time it takes. I have no idea. You know, if I want to go to Winter Park, which is just kind of a ritzier place north of Orlando, go up there. If I want to go, you know, I don't know, like Mount Dora, I guess. I don't know, I'd go that way. Or like be able to go, like, the dream would be you hop on, you get to like Orlando somewhere, you get on a different one, and it goes like Tampa or Cocoa Beach or Merritt Island or Daytona Beach or whatever. You know, that'd probably actually be a separate jump. You know, you go to like your north-south, get to Orlando, east-west from Orlando from coast to coast, than, you know, north-south on the coast. I would love for that to be a realistic thing. The problem is the train we have here, it only runs on weekdays, and it only runs till like 8 p.m. And that's it. So the times you'd want to go, like, take a train, go to like the ritzy town where they have like the really big farmers market and all that, you know, go chill, do that kind of thing. You can't do it because it's on the weekend, so the train's not open. US just built on everyone driving their own car. It's hard to turn on to public transportation when all the cities are built around parking spaces. Whereas Finland, yeah, no, I agree with that. Things are getting a little bit better here in the US where we are getting more walkable cities. And that's helping. But, yeah, there's, like, the existing cities, it's not like... Some of them have changed. And some of them that's actually, like, coming out of the pandemic that, you know, with everything going down, they were like, shutting down roads to make outdoor spaces to, you know, help mitigate things. And people found that those outdoor spaces were just so much nicer that after, you know, things got, you know, started being less, you know, big publicly, I don't want to say over, but big publicly, that a lot of them, they're like, okay, well, we're going to keep this road, and it's just going to be, like, it's going to be like this open market kind of thing. We're just not going to make it a road again. Because, like, everyone seems to absolutely love it. I'm not saying better or worse, just different. Oh yeah, no, I understand. Like, there was, in downtown Orlando, there was, a road that is just, it was in between this, like, super duper old hotel, a bunch of these, like, little restaurants and all that. But it's hard to really enjoy the little restaurants because their interior space is so small. But, they ended up blocking off the roads to make space for it, you know, like, just have outdoor seating. And this road was useless. It didn't need to be there in the first place. Like, it was, as well as roads that, like, if 10 cars went down in a day, that's a busy day. So they went in, they put that all in there for just as an exterior space, and it's become kind of like the Friday night, Saturday night, you know, everyone goes out there, they'll, like, wheel out these bars into it and everything. And it's become like this just big gathering space. They got like all these different restaurants that you have. I think they have like Mexican food, Caribbean food. Can't remember if it's Chinese or Japanese food. They have like a bunch of everything. They have like a really good barbecue place. Or I think the barbecue place closed. But they get like all those things together, and it just kind of really just made the whole thing so much better. Not all countries in Europe are well developed public transportation. This is true. So the traveling I've done in Europe was in Germany, Italy, and France. Like, the rest we kind of drove through a lot of places and visited, but the other ones we went that way. And between those, I found the public transportation in all three of those to be pretty decent. That said, I had the least exposure to the public transportation in France, which was in the Paris area. Versus, like, between, like, Germany and Italy and everything, we took the train from city to city and all that when we were, because that was my, Italy was, I did it when I was much younger, as well as we went back for my Mayan tomb honeymoon a bit over 10 years ago. And so going from places like Rome to Florence and all that by train was really just fantastic. Like, I would have not wanted to drive, and I could tell you, riding in the taxi from the airport to our hotel, that was terrifying. It's like one of those ones, like, don't say anything, don't distract the driver, this man's gonna kill us. Brent and Spain have great bus connections. In the rural areas by bus. I was surprised. Yeah, there's been a few places I've seen solid bus setup. Where was it? It was up north. Maybe it was, nah, it wasn't Ohio. I'm blanking. Maybe it was Maine. There was somewhere in North US that I was shocked that when we were going around that they had these like really nice bus stops that they're like enclosed spaces, had air conditioning and heat and everything, like proper seating and all that. It's like, oh man, like these are really solid. Like, you know, if you're just even if you weren't there for the bus, like if you were just like exhausted, it was like too hot outside, and you just needed like 5 minutes to sit and like recoup, like it would work perfectly. They don't do that anywhere because everyone's worried about like kids hanging out and causing problem or homeless people using them, and that always frustrates me. That's like, okay, you know, this war on that kind of stuff means we all lose. It's like, or you could, you know, try and do a little bit more to help people. Let's just dip her toe in there so we get credit for that. Like, just all the things we do, like, we get rid of almost all the public spaces. Kids have nowhere to go. Especially teenagers have nowhere to go. And then people get surprised and they cause trouble. Like, well, what else are they going to do? You closed all the places they could have gone and had, you know, wholesome fun or whatever. It's fine. We're just scraping on something. It's no big deal. I don't care. All right. Okay, so we gained a level. That means I will have all of my hazards. So we have long distance, high value, and the hazards all maxed out. I got 1 point in fragile, and then we're working on fuel economy. Cool. Let's see, where you live, you had to walk about 20 miles to work every day. Because the bus service here is not great, the bus runs 3 times a day. The tickets are expensive. That's bad. That's like the buses here. Like, there's a reason why people don't use the bus here, and it's not because they're not willing to use public transportation or anything. It's because it's terrible. They're never on time. They, you know, it's expensive. They don't run nearly frequently enough to be useful. You got something for me to deliver? Eh. That is a really long drive for that amount of money. Let's look at our world map. Okay. Yeah, so you can see the yellow roads are the ones I've already driven on. The gray roads are the ones I haven't done. So, like, I've never been to Grand Canyon Village. I've never been to, Cañada or Sholo or Clifton or Sierra Vista and all that. I end up with a lot of the missions. I end up in California a lot. Have I actually not been to Fresno? I've been past Fresno so many times. It surprises me that I haven't been to Fresno. We haven't been to Eureka. But yeah, so there is a thing where if you reveal all of these roads, you get credit. Like, it's an achievement. Don't worry, you're not missing anything from Fresno. I know nothing about Fresno other than it's in California. You know, let's just drive into town. There's a bunch of businesses here. Do they have Ridgecrest? Probably not. I know where Ridgecrest is. Yeah, probably not. They are missing a lot of towns, especially little ones. They grab a little bit of a bunch of different ones, but not a whole lot of them. There you go. You know that a 10-mile walk is not so bad, but it takes time. And our 10-mile walk there, after 12 or more hours work, not great. Yeah, I used to ride my bicycle to one of my jobs way in the past. We'll top off our gas. We're gonna go rest. Then we'll check to see what we got here in town. But it was just the driving my car to the job would take me 15-20 minutes just by the nature of the way the path was. If I rode, like if I drove my, or if I rode my bicycle, it would also take me about 15 minutes. But the advantage is it didn't matter what traffic was, it would still take me 15 minutes. Oh, that's not the place I think it is. Sorry. It's the motel I need. But, so it was like, it'd take me near the same time, but like the drive was super susceptible to anything happening traffic-wise. Versus the bicycle, I would ride in the road, you know, because that's just what you do. Because there was no sidewalk there or anything. But I could get past most traffic issues by just being on the shoulder kind of thing. So I found a lot of times my commute would actually end up shorter if I just rode my bicycle. Now that said, during the summer that wasn't really an option because it was expletive hot outside. But it's just something I did for a long time. Granted, that's nowhere near like a 10-mile trip. I can't imagine walking 10 miles to and from work regularly. That's rough. Let's see, it's Northern Bakersfield. Lived there a couple years in my teens. Dad works for the Air Force, the station there. Throwback memento. Gotcha. Good workout, though. Keeps you healthy. Yeah, I mean, it does, but you also have to be very concerned about dehydration here. It's real easy to push yourself into dehydration if you're not on top of it. Still, I wish I could go back to that. All the jobs I had before and after that just wasn't a reasonable thing. Like, either the distance was too far, or I had one job near where I live now that the distance was fine, but the bike lane went like right past the on-ramp for an expressway. And it's like, yeah, whoever thought this should be where we put a bike lane is absolutely not thinking things through. Because there was no way you're going to do that safely. Alright, so what we're going to do here is before I take these, we're going to pull up our map and go here. Because I should be able to go to freight or Flagstaff and price per mile. All right, there we go. Double carriages. Cool. But it's not very healthy when you already have certain health problems and there's no side effects for the most part. Yeah, that's the one I ran into for where I was looking at, was there's no sidewalk. That's the ride. I've talked about dealing with people who are like hostile towards bicycles before. That one of the times riding the bike to work, I had someone from their truck throw a half-finished beer bottle out their window at me, which they missed. So like I didn't get hurt or anything. And just kind of sitting there for a moment, processing, like, the number of laws you have just broken doing this, it is a lot. You're trying to see how much trouble you could get in one go all at the same time, buddy. Oh. It's not really what I'm looking for. Oh, it's the other side of the road. It's the W. I see. I was like, what a second. Because you're like, okay, you know, you're throwing this thing at me, that's potentially assault, you're drinking and driving, open container in your vehicle, you can argue reckless driving, like, it's just so many things. I was like, man. It's like, and all this because you're mad that I'm on the shoulder of the road. Alright, so let's go and get these. Alright, so it's right over there. Okay. That's not the right button, no matter how many times I hit it. Okay. It was always dark, which I liked, but it wasn't very safe because there's no lights on the side of the road either. Yeah. I was fortunate that that I didn't have to worry too much about it being dark. Like there was once in a while that I had to go into work before or after hours, but usually those are the days I drove. Alright, are we gonna clip the fence? No, we're alright. And make a real wide turn with these. It'd be good when we get out of town, I don't have to deal with regular roads. Get on the expressway. Ma'am, I just saw you teleport. Do you want to talk about it? Like you were standing there and just went boop over there. Yeah, see, I saw it again. Ma'am. They keep teleporting. Let's get out of this town. So my review of Flagstaff, 3 out of 10. Poltergeists. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's my real life driving bleeding into the game, where someone turns on their blinker to turn and I see them approaching and I just don't even worry about them having the blinker on half the time. I don't trust people with their blinker. I can't tell you how many times someone's had the blinker and just blasted right on by. And it's like, well, I'm glad I didn't go. Because that would have been a car in my door. Alright, I see that posture check. I'll get in a moment. I am not sitting how I should be. Okay. And we are fresh and ready for a nice casual 873-mile drive. That's a 17-hour and 20-minute drive. In real life, this is not going to be nearly that long, obviously. It will be a decent one, though. This is a proper long drive. If you're going to the Bay Area, add about 4 hours to it. In real life, yeah. That one main road that goes in from the Central Valley is a tough time. Also add time to it if I forget to adjust my cruise control when the speed limit goes up. There we go, now I get to go actual speeds again. I sometimes wonder where names of cities come from. Like, they have a city here named Ashfork. And you kind of scratch your head and you go, you know there's a story there. I don't know what it is, but you know there is one. And I hope it's something like, you know, these two brothers got together. They were gonna found their own town. I like how you just keep the high beams on. Yep, when there's no consequences in the game, then it's fine. But you have like two brothers, they're gonna go found a town like back in the 1800s or whatever. And things turned sour, but like they were already so far into it, they wanted to follow it through. And so like the one was like very proud of their cooking. So the other one just secreted the paperwork to say ash fork as a comment about their cooking or something like that. Alright, just sneak on around here. Ash trees, plus the junction, the main road, something like that. I mean, that's probably a more realistic outcome of what it is. Because that's just ash trees and then just happens to be a fork. Or was a fork in the road with a burnt down something or other. I know I've mentioned this a number of times on the channel. If you ever go to like the Northwest US, there's a lot of really fun named things up there from when Lois and Clark went and they explored the like the whole western thing before we knew how far all this went and all that. And it's just fun because like towards the beginning of it, they had relatively like positive names and or like names that meant something. And then you get towards the tail end where they start getting like into Oregon and all that. And everything they're naming is like Disappointment Valley, Hopeless Hills. Like just all these like really like just they were so over it. Because they expected the expedition to be just way shorter than it ended up being. And so every day they went where they didn't find the shore yet, like the other coast, they were just getting more and more frustrated. It's fun to see all those names, and there'll still be cities with like the names they had given, like the names they had assigned areas and all that. I mean, I can only imagine, like, you're talking about literally taking like an expedition thousands of miles, just go from, well, I mean, it'd be about from, what was it, the Mississippi they left from? Like, was it Missouri? I think they left? And then just going all the way to like the West Coast, Oregon. And just doing that all like on foot slash, I can't remember if they, I can't remember if they had horses or not. And just like expeditioning across the entire area on foot. Someone burned their soup to ash and stirred a bit with a fork instead of a spoon. So the funny thing is you do find ridiculous stories like that, though, where it's like, where did the name of this come from? It's just like some like one-off random event. It was like, all right, I guess, okay, sure, why not? There's a city called Titusville over in the East Coast, Florida. Basically, if you know where the Kennedy Space Center is, congratulations, you've been to Titusville. That's just the way it looks. But the naming behind it was there was a General Titus, and he won the town in a poker game and then named the town after himself. I think it was poker. It may have been a different card game, but basically won the town in a card game. This game looks great. You also run a GT 740. I have no idea, unfortunately. That'd be one to look at the minimum requirements for the game, and then try and guess like where it fits in there. There's actually oh, I used to know it. There was a website, I don't know if it's still kept up, that you'd have people with different hardware that they would basically get the frame rates from different games and report them. So like, I have an Intel whatever, and video card whatever, and this much RAM, and an SSD, and here's the frame rate I got. Now, it's certainly, lots of fuzziness around it. Because there's like so many other things that can kill your performance. But it would be one of those things that if you see everyone's numbers kind of terrible there, then, you know, it'd be a buyer beware kind of thing. Max says, winning a whole town in a card game is some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. I imagine there's actually probably a decent number of towns that that's happened to. Because you go back into those days, like, you would have, you know, it'd be like a plantation town where the entire town is built around, like, you know, an orchard or whatever big crop was there. So you'd have like the people in town who have the money, and you get two different families of those kind of together, and get them gambling and drunk, and stuff happens. I don't know what that song was. We're skipping that one. Like we've all seen like presented in media, like, you know, two people getting way over the head in like high stakes gambling, and they're starting to like gamble their carriage or gamble like their farm and all sorts of stuff. It's the same kind of thing that just escalates to oh, I found my blinker. So then I assume this is the other way? Okay. Can I do both? Nope. Makes sense. And now we're in California and back down to 55. Both equals hazards. That's what I was thinking, is it's like, okay, normally in your car, most cars I should say, probably not even most cars I'm more familiar with, you usually have like the stick and you like bring it up or down. You know, this is one blinker, that's the other blinker kind of thing. I know there's ones where it's a button. There's some that it's just straight up automatic, which I don't really get how that works to let you notify someone ahead of when you're turning, but maybe it does GPS stuff. I don't know. I wouldn't trust it, but I also have never used it, so maybe if I did, I would. I don't have all those fancy bells and whistles in my car. My car's biggest feature is it gets good gas mileage. Okay, the list of good features is has been concluded. The trunk space is fine. It reads your mind. It just knows your intent. Or it doesn't read your mind, it writes your mind. What is... What's happening with my lo-fi thing that I'm getting weird, like, hip-hop stuff sneaking in here, too. Or, like, R&B. Which is fine, it's not really my music taste. Wifey.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
It was so yummy.
I've had some of mine.
I thought... Hi, Burning Sun. Hi, Eonic. I'll eat my scoops. Oh, God.
I mean, if you want more, there is another thing. You just have to heat it up.
There's so much more. No, I just... No.
You also have leftover Chinese, mostly just rice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have probably enough Chinese for lunch tomorrow, for like a lighter lunch.
For you?
Yeah.
You can take my rice if you want.
I already have enough rice on my own. It's
like
mostly
my
rice.
leftover rice is not really enough to, like...
Yeah, I know. It's
anything.
like, it's not enough for a meal,
No.
but it's more than you want to throw away.
Right. Well, you do whatever you want, but yeah.
Yeah.
That rice might end up getting thrown away because like it's not enough to be a meal. Whatever, it is what it is.
Yep. Eat your rice, Rual. Yep. Yeah, I still have half a calzone to eat.
We can split that.
Yeah, that might be what we do tomorrow, is split the calzone.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. Obviously, I don't want to assume that I'm getting half of your calzone.
The tricky part is who's going to get the inside part of the calzone. Because that's going to have more goodness.
You can take, it's your calzone. You can take the inside part.
There you go, calzone and rice.
Those go together.
For those who didn't see the calzone, you're like, wait, you're splitting a calzone and that's leftovers? How is that any food? The calzone we can get at a local place here. It's just, imagine a large pizza and someone just went, ricotta, fold, okay, calzone. That's the size of it. Like, you eat half of that thing and you're like, alright, I don't feel so good right now. I need a minute. There's a chain in the Orlando area that's interesting. It's Lazy Moon Pizza. That their gimmick is they give you these pizzas, like a slice of pizza is like half of a normal pizza. You're making me tap my brakes. Ugh. We were trying to vibe and it's all like, me, I gotta slow down, make my turn. Yeah, that's Tomb. I debated it, but I didn't check my blind fast enough. I'm like, okay, I can go around there, but I'm probably absolutely slamming into another vehicle. And not that I particularly mind that in this game, because I definitely do that from time to time. But it was like the whole, oh, you know, tapping the brakes is easier, or is like less problematic. I still love the draw distance, making the mountains slowly just appear in the distance. Versus, like, you know, looking ahead and just having a mountain ahead of you. And they just kind of, like, slowly come into existence. Which is very not realistic. I mean, outside of, like, a foggy day or something. Or otherwise, like, poor quality air. Hello, biplane. That is basically silent. I kind of wonder if you got out and you like zoomed in on those birds. I imagine they're like super low poly birds that don't move, because why would you put the effort into it? You don't barely notice them. Or it says, you're going into the LA basin. Yeah, that's smog the hills are coming out of. This is probably true. Alright, truck. Yeah, if I tap my blinker, will you... There you go. The blinker's the magic stop now button for the other vehicles. I was like, you're gonna let me over or what? Even though in real life, that truck wouldn't have been able to see my blinkers. Because I was alongside them. But it just knew. It knew my intent. It knew I didn't want to wait. Yeah, those birds have to be like just low poly static things that they just spin in a spot. Because like I see no reason they would invest the time and effort to like make the birds look super realistic when you're just not going to notice them. We got our wonderful cactus. All right. Micro sleep carefully. Might just be a large graphic with 4 or 5 birds painted. Yeah, it could even just be like, you know, has like an invisible texture, and it's just one thing they just spin that has like the bird things on it. You'll see, like, it's fascinating when you look at games and the things they do to work. Like there's so many times that you look at stuff. It's like what's like there's a class. Was it was one of the Fallout games like Fallout 3 or 4 that they put a train on your head, or like they take your model because of the way the game's designed. They put like a train on your head and move it. And I think it was older than Fallout. Because it was just the way they could make the scene with the tech they had. But, you know, of course, you pan the camera out and you take one look at it and go, what on earth? Yeah, it's Fallout 3? Yeah, okay. I was like, I thought so. But it's one of those things that the moment you pan out and you look at it, you're like, what the absolute heck am I looking at? You're like, well, we need the scene from you inside there, so we put you in there so you could see it. But, like, you know, we needed to have this movement thing. We didn't have, like, moving vehicles as a separate thing, so we use this as our workaround. It's like, okay, sure, I guess. Or the number of games that do what are referred to as impossible spaces. It was a hat on an NPC that ran really fast. Nice. But, there's been a lot of games that do what's referred to as an impossible space. And for those who do not know what an impossible space is, if you see like that warehouse you're passing, an impossible space means you would walk into that building and then the building is larger, like when you're walking around to it, than the outside. Lots and lots and lots of games do that. So if you think of like Stardew Valley, your house. Your house at the farm, like when you're looking at it from the farm, is like this big. When you're walking around your house, it actually takes up like 2 whole screens when you fully upgrade it. So that'd be an impossible space in the sense that it's bigger inside than the outside. Now, there are games that do stuff to avoid load time entirely. And that's where things get really interesting in how they manage impossible spaces. Where the world's like loading and unloading around you to enable these impossible spaces. Ooh, tire squeaked a little on that one. It's going a little fast. So you're saying, how are you doing good tonight? Let's see. Would you say this game in your top 5 games of all time? I will say this is a good game that I very much enjoy for relaxing. I don't really think of games as in like top 10, top 5, anything like that. That's just not how I view the world, really. Like, cause my mood changes and all that kind of stuff, and you know, like what game I'm interested in. I wouldn't put it in my top 5 if I was forced to say top 5, but it is a game I'm putting a decent number of hours in. That I have come back to a number of times, so it's definitely been a good game. There was a VR shooter game that completely made of impossible space so that you could explore the map while limited to your actual VR space. Yep, that makes sense. It's a TARDIS house. But yeah, there's a lot of impossible spaces. But like the 3D ones, like there was I remember there was a interview, I think it was Portal 2 has only one impossible space in the entire game, if I remember correctly. Portal 1 I thought had several. But yeah, it's the games that they do like the 3D thing where you walk up to the building, and then when you get close to the building, that the building takes over your entire periphery. And so you go up and you like hit the button to open the door, that it's loading the interior space and like unloading the exterior space. You know, just for performance reasons and all that. But that one I always found interesting, like how much they do around that. Or like when you play games like, you know, Terraria and Minecraft, where they have to do like all the unloading and loading of chunks and all that. The ridiculous amount of shenanigans they do to make that work and like look good and all that. Where they kind of fake things in the distance a lot of times to avoid loading all those chunks and just killing your processor and your memory. Texture optimization shenanigans where you have entirely different sets of textures based on your distance. But then if you do something like, you know, you pull out like a spy telescope, whatever, and you look through it, it loads an entirely different set of textures. It's fun when games don't do that, and you get like the binoculars, and you look, and it still is the low poly, like the low fidelity textures and all that, and so just everything looks kind of janky. That can be funny too. I wonder when they go and they actually plan the roads in this game, if like they go like they have the like dev team or designers or whoever's the appropriate one for creating the map, probably the designers, and like actually drive them around out there and have them drive like a couple of the main roads, you know, taking lots of picture and video and all that kind of stuff. That way they can, you know, make it feel authentic. Yep, I'm slouching. I'm being real bad about it tonight. Hey, Tumbleweeds, how's it going? Alright, I'll get the stretch here in just a little bit. Whenever I have to have my character stop for a gas or a rest stop, or for the end of this trip. It'll probably be the rest stop first. I've been trying to think of other games that I want to do long form on the channel. Like, I know we did Kenshi way back and had a good time with that. And every once in a while, I'll debate, it's like, oh yeah, we could break out some Kenshi. I feel like Kenshi is one of those games you break out, like for streaming, I mean. You break out, you can do a little bit in it, but interest doesn't stick, because that's what happened the first time interest was never there. The second time, interest was there at the beginning, but kind of quickly waned off. Like, you can do a story with him, it's just kind of hard. It's hard to keep Kenshi having stuff going on to be interesting. Like, having a character that's thematic and all, like, that part's easy. But then you're like, oh, we're gonna build a base. And then you gotta, like, wait for them to chip up rocks and build the walls, and it takes forever. And then getting enough people to, like, split up your team into two different groups so you can have, like, one person doing stuff while the other ones are just, like, you know, doing base things is kind of difficult, just the way the game works at times. I keep waiting for Kenji too. They've been teasing development for it forever, and we still don't have it yet. Alright, we're stuck at a red light. That's good enough for a stretch. Alright. You know, because, like, Kenji is a struggle and some junk, and I like it. Kenji is, like, there's a lot of games when you say they're janky, you say that as, like, oh, this game's janky, and it's a solid negative. And then there's Kenshi with its jank, and it is definitely not a solid negative. Did they even move? I saw the light cycle, that's the reason I put the drink down. Now it's just like real driving. Put Factorio on your calendar for around this time next year. They announced a planned release of the expansion. I didn't know there was an expansion coming because I haven't been keeping a close eye on it. What is the expansion gonna be? Because there's only a couple ways I could see Factorio going with an expansion. One is they can kind of go... They could definitely go with, like, the space stuff. Where you, like, keep expanding the space kind of stuff. They're being completely silent on it. They didn't want mods doing it. Gotcha. Because I could see them doing space stuff. But the embargo was broken a few days ago. So the embargo was broken, or the embargo... So, to clarify, when you're saying the embargo is broken... the embargo has ended or someone violated it, I guess is the way I go. Because these days it's really lifted. Thank you. Because there has been a whole lot of people violating NDAs and all that lately. Which is very short-sighted, because most of... Hey, that genie problem. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I will check what you were playing real fast. I can't get the mouse out of the screen. Says you were playing Chris Tales. I have no idea what that is. If you let me know what that is, I'd be curious. I've never heard of it. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you so much for that raid. They announced it themselves. They're going to be doing weekly updates now. So they announced that there is an expansion coming, but not what it is, or they announced... I'm assuming they haven't announced what it is yet. Is what I'm trying to glean from this. Sorry, I'm a little confused. But that said, if Factorio is doing... It's going to space. They have a basic video showing some things. Nice. I figured that was the most logical place for it to go, was to be the space thing. Which, because I mean, I think there's already mods that do a bunch of that. Like, there's a bunch of mods that do that kind of stuff. Like, no, you've told me that you've worked on one of them a whole bunch. Because like the way it's thinking when you said expansion, like, okay, what are the things they can do for expansion? One, you can go to space. That's kind of the gimme. That's you put a rocket in space. Why wouldn't you go next? The next one. The chill time, the crabs have been kicking my behind. Gotcha. Yeah, I have no idea about the game with the crabs and all that. But yeah, so welcome. But yeah, so sorry, my brain is like in 3 different directions. I think they could go underground would be possible as well. Yeah, so it'd be like space or underground or under ocean would be like the 3 possibilities. Just basically new location. The other thing they could do is just yes and all of their stuff, which would be, you know, you would just get like new more, like you go the one thing where it just makes more complicated processes and all that to add in to expand farther and yada yada yada, just more of the same, or you would go to a new location, which would be a little tricky on how you do that where it doesn't feel like more of the same. But they're a really excellent group, so I'm sure whatever we get in the end will probably be pretty solid. But yeah, no, absolutely. Factorio does a major update, I will absolutely do a playthrough that we go through the expansion completely. You know, like, I'll start playing them. Like, if it is a thing that I play and it just, viewership just tanks, obviously I'll have to deal with that. But, I would absolutely intend on playing that through. Let's see, Phoenix Point is an... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that was Phoenix Point. The Twitch told me it was some other game. Because Twitch lies. Yeah, Phoenix Point, yeah, that's XCOM. I like, but Zombie Crab Mutant, yeah. Yeah, no, it's all good, the gene problem. Yeah, I know, we have a friend of the channel, Pankraru, who plays Phoenix Point fairly regularly. Yeah, no, it seems like a pretty good game. I haven't played it myself. All right. Need to keep adjust the speed limit, or speedometer, or cruise control. So Twitch lied to us. I think it said Chris Tales. Yeah, that's what it said, was Chris Tales, and that's the reason I was like, huh? It's like, but that's what Twitch does. And for those who don't know what's happening with that, I think it's just like the API is slow. So sometimes it ends up showing what you played, not most recently, but like the time before that. I don't know why it does that. It's just where it was. So you're kind of surprised because that's where I met you. I was like, well, maybe it was just there for the XCOM streams. Gotcha. You know, Pank's good people. little pink squid. Yep, most interesting pink squid on the internet. Greatest pink squid on the internet. You could, like, any positive attribute, probably any negative attribute. They'd all work. The pink's awesome. All right. Whereas as we I-5 through the Central Valley. Time to take a nap. Yeah, no, in real life, for people who don't know Central Valley, California, that's where most of the food in the U.S. comes from. Like, the amount of agriculture here is just ridiculous. And it does kind of look like this, where it's all kind of just tan and brown, and then, like, the farm itself will look good. And that's just because they have, I mean, I'd call it aquifer. They basically have channels that go from the mountains that they shovel snow into as the fresh water supply. But, those go through and they have, like, gates they can go where they can put water in the field. Like, your field gets water today, then they, you know, do the gate, and your next one, you get, like, all that. But they do, like, lots of things like pecans, almonds, walnuts, tomatoes, soy, peppers, all sorts of nonsense they grow out there. You know, like alfalfa and all that kind of nonsense. But they just do a ridiculous amount. But the whole thing is just farm. And very little of it's this green. Like, the amount of green we're seeing right now is more than I see there. Tomb is, from Central Valley, California. I won't say where specifically. That she's been to a bunch of different places. Or some different places. Don't over-imply it or whatever. And we're measured and back on the road. But it's just flat and farms. That said, the farming equipment they use to get, like, pecans and that off trees is fun to watch. It's just this big truck that just goes to the tree, just grabs it by the trunk, just goes, onk. And then a bunch of all falls down. They have a machine that sweeps them all in the middle and, you know, puts them in a, like, little basket. For instance, you haven't driven down this far too many times. My God, it's a boring drive. Yeah, that's, in Florida, there's parts where, like, you see a lot of nature, like, when you're doing, like, the roads between, you know, the middle of the state and the coasts. And it can be fun for a while, but there's parts of it where it's just, all of it looks the exact same, and it's like, it's just, it's just same green. It's flat same green. And especially if it gets, like, foggy, then you're just like, yep, I'm barely seeing the same green. And then fog. That it can just 100% put you to sleep. Now, when you're by the coast and all that, there's usually a lot to look at. So that's usually not too bad. And, like, the Merritt Island Nature Road or whatever it is, like, you know, that's gorgeous. There's nothing but, like, that's just fun to watch. But, yeah. The only good news about those roads, though, is usually you're only on them for, at the most, outside of, like, traffic jams, like 45 minutes before you go from, you know, something to the boring part to something again. Versus some of these places out here, you can get on the road and be in it for 2-3 hours of just farm. I can't imagine when you get to, like, the Great Plains in the US and you're just driving, and both sides of the road are just wheat or just corn for like hundreds of miles, or soy or whatever, for like hundreds of miles, and just like the occasional farmhouse or whatever pops in there. I can only imagine driving that's got to be incredibly dangerous for just brain shut off right off the side of the road kind of thing. Like just trying to stay awake. And there's nothing wrong with those places. Just they're very samey. So driving's a little rough. At least that's what I assume. I haven't driven through them. They just, everything I've seen with them, I'm like, just that forever? Okay. You gonna like swerve into me and insurance scam me or something? Like, what's going on here? Why am I being boxed in? Ready for your meeting? I have no idea what you're talking about. Ready for what meeting? You're deploying a bunch of people to Florida. Ah. Okay. Interesting. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the hurricane coming. Yes. My apologies. I didn't... Yep. Yeah, no, I'm far enough in. I expect the hurricane to do not a whole lot of anything other than make a mess of my yard. Where I'm at inland, if I have problems with like flooding in that, just put a, just get a big X and just paint it over Florida. It's gone, total loss. I'm about as safe as I could be and still be in Florida. But yeah, now the coasts are always we gotta worry about that. Uh-oh. We need to find a rest stop. Character's starting to yawn. Your brother just bought a place in St. Pete. He's not happy now? No, I imagine he's not. That said, so I believe it's, like, last I looked at it, which was earlier today, I believe it's supposed to come in as a major hurricane, but we're talking, like... I can't remember if it's supposed to make landfall as a major hurricane, or it's supposed to go to a major hurricane, then kind of dwindle off as it comes in, but it's, like, right on the edge of 3, I think, is what they were talking about, Category 3. Which, don't get me wrong, is one you want to be like, alright, let's actually pay attention to this thing. Like, that's that fence where you're like, okay... You know, this isn't something to take too lightly. Like, when it's a tropical storm and all that, you know, or a Cat 1 or 2, it's like, alright, get your patio furniture in, you know, make sure you don't have, like, a pile of planks or something that could go airborne, but otherwise, usually not that big a deal. Not unless you're, like, right on the coast. Yeah, it doesn't take well to storm surge? That's no good. But, then, when you're talking Cat 3, that's what's like, no, even if you're not, like, right on the coast, Cat 3, you do want to respect. So, you know, you take a bit more precautions, all depending on your circumstances and all that. And then Category 4 and 5, you do not mess with. Category 4 and 5, you take that crap seriously. Because every time you go up a category, the magnitude of damage potential just goes up so much. The amount of physics involved escalates incredibly. It's gonna find me soon for not We're not sleeping. But yeah, now storm surge is the one where you see like towns are like completely gone from hurricanes. It's storm surge that what it does. It's when the ocean stops being in the ocean and decides it's your backyard. And water has a lot of power behind it. The next most likely thing to damage is flooding. That's usually mostly a problem in areas that are vulnerable to flooding. Like that's what happened in New Orleans. Is if you look at New Orleans, the city is kind of like a bowl shape. So when their levees failed, it just filled up. The good news here in Florida is most of Florida is so flat they don't have to worry about that. There's not too many places that's a big issue. Because frankly, if they were, they wouldn't be there. Let's see, Alex says, up between Orlando and Jackson, we had a lot of flood response on one hurricane. Can't remember which one it was. Oh, that was, I know the one you're talking about. Was it Ian? It was either Ian or the other one. A couple years back. That's the one that messed up our roof, is the one that one was. Like, it didn't do damage, like we didn't have our house flooded or anything, but it shredded some shingles and all that, so we had to get our roof fixed. Yeah, I can't remember the name. Like, Ian was one of the ones that clobbered us pretty good. Irma! That's the one. I might even be just totally wrong with Ian. Like, Ian may not have even hit here. You're in Fort Myers? Had just left Houston from working Harvey? Yeah. Trying to remember if Irma was before I started streaming or not. I don't remember half the hurricanes exactly when they happened. I just remember like, oh yeah, that one hit us, that one did. I need to take that exit. Because we can sleep. I can take this exit here and stop doing that. Because we're gonna get fined soon if I don't. Because like in real life, a lot of truckers, they basically go, hey, you're only allowed to drive for this many hours without, you know, taking a break and all that kind of stuff. It's a safety thing. Yeah, and Irma tore up our roof. The sleep police will get you. That they will. Hey, cop, you see nothing, alright, buddy? Can I not, like... It's fine. Did you say Irma tore up my everything? Yeah, Irma was like the last really bad one we had. Here in Florida, that is. Could you? So, I don't want to drive all the way over there. So, we're going to see if I can actually drive over these sticks. I shouldn't do it, but I don't feel like going this far out of my way. And there's definitely no way I fit between them. Those are not actually that strong in real life. Real life, those are plastic and they snap. Those aren't bollards, they're not full of concrete. Well, I guess we're going this way. Most stuff on the highway are meant to break away to slow you down. Yep. That's the thing, it's like real life, I just, you know, you just snap the thing off and all that would be bad. We just found out a concrete difference between the game and real life. Yeah. There's lots of invisible walls in this game. So like if you're thinking about just like going off-roading in this game, you'd be disappointed. The moment you leave the road, you're just gonna bang into nothing. And the worst one is you see like dirt roads that go off and it's just like, alright, I want to see what's on this dirt road. And then just immediately get nowhere because the dirt road just, you can't go on it. Alright, well, we're unintentionally going to San Francisco. Alright. That doesn't mean you'll go across the Golden Gate Bridge. No, you're right. There's more than one bridge that goes around different places. That wasn't an exit. You're stuck in another 6 hours of traffic to go into San Francisco. Yep. I know this area. Yeah, I've gone to drive into San Francisco. Granted, I drove in across the Golden Gate Bridge, but... Well, rode in, I was not the one driving, but I was in the vehicle being driven. Oh, there's our sleeping fine. We got a fine for avoiding sleep. All right. You threw up through the grating on the Mackinac Bridge after eating like 3 pounds of fudge? Sorry? I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. Go, go, go. I was already through. No ticket. I was already through. Can you just sleep anywhere in your sleeper cab? You have to take it to a place you're allowed to sleep in your sleeper cab. So my hotel room comes with me, but I have to figure out where I'm allowed to park it. I gotta just pull it off of the side of the road anywhere, sadly. These don't believe you can. I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, it says find a parking place to rest. Okay, there we go. We're gonna go and take a nap in San Francisco. Just still not in downtown San Francisco. No. Yeah, definitely not finding a truck resting stop in downtown San Fran. I can only imagine trying to drive a truck up and down the hills in San Francisco. Pretty sure they don't allow semis in this area? Probably not. Okay, so let's try and get here around this building. You been that building I just passed? Gotcha. Where's the sleeping spot? Oh no, please tell me these bay doors. Oh no, this is gonna be terrible. Because this isn't one trailer, it's two. Alright, we're jackknifing the first trailer. It's fine. Well, the thing is, I need to get this where I can turn around. We are gonna bully this and damage it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Squeeze it over, squeeze it over, squeeze it over, squeeze it over. We're shoving, we're shoving. Stop giving me a fine. It's not what I want to do. Okay. See, the worst thing is, I don't see the spot that I'm allowed to sleep. Please let me sneak around these boxes. Don't turn. Don't bump it. Don't bump it. We can work with this. Just shove on through. We'll make it to the daytime. Yeah, that's definitely a good sound. Look at that trailer. That's fine. Though maybe that's less fine. We're tipping pretty good here. Okay. It's fine. Can I sleep here, please? So, all right, what's the button to turn you off? Okay. What? I'm trying to find the button to turn that off. Like, it's saying it's the... Yeah, it should be this one. Oh, but it remapped it. Maybe shift that? Alright, we'll have to deal with that real fast. Because I need to turn that off, because it's going to harass me to no end. There we go. So I can't sleep here because I don't own it. Stop taking my money, I'm trying to comply. That's right, I'm gonna drive over your curve. Alright. Stop finding me. I literally went out of my way to try and find a rest stop. And I'm being punished time and time again for it. And I know I can turn right on red here. Every time I've done this game, it's given me the fine anyway, so I don't know. You parked in that parking structure. This is cool, you recognize the area? Yeah. Alright, look. I'm gonna keep inching over and I need you to figure it out, truck. Hey, look, buddy, I'm coming over. That's right. Back off. I need this rest area. I'm getting obliterated by fines one after the other for $200 at a time. It's a good thing that I'm getting paid like $40,000 for this, so I can take quite a few fines before it adds up. But still. I'll find a new location on the map. The good news is at least I revealed San Francisco, and we are going to reveal whatever this is over here. So at least we're revealing the map and we're getting some productive out of our ridiculous detour here. Have to see what I can do about the differential. So that's not the entrance. Here we go. I'm literally pulling into the place to sleep. Stop punishing me. Give me the option to go to sleep, please. There you are. Okay, so finally got some sleep. We have achieved nap. You've been driving around San Francisco with your high beams on? Well, yeah, that's what they have for not having a truck rest stop. Okay. Imagine if they did add a thing. Well, they probably actually do. And if not, there's gonna be a, a mod or whatever to penalize you for having your high beams on inappropriately. They don't have a truck rest stop because you can barely maneuver a pickup truck around there. Oh yeah, and I remember doing the zigzag road going up through San Francisco and being like, why would anyone want to live on this road? It's just such an impractical road. All right. I keep hitting K and it keeps not doing it. There's the differential. That should be up here. That's fine. Alright, so now differential shouldn't be engaged. Well, that's one of the things that's getting me is sometimes like, what button do you want? Where is that going on? Huh? And that it's showing the buttons in, like in QWERTY versus the fact that I'm in Dvorak. Which is weird, because like the buttons work correctly. Like position-wise, it's just their labeling's different. Oh hey, it's a Golden Gate Bridge. They even have a picture icon. There is no time of day the Golden Gate Bridge is this empty. You didn't stop in the middle of the bridge to take a picture? No. We're working. We're not the ones who make literally everyone's lives worse. That happens out by Disney here. The entrance that says Walt Disney World, there's people who always pull off the sides of the road to try and take a picture of it. And it's gotten to the point they start putting up all these signs like the entire way leading in to make it impossible for you to pull off the road there, being like, do not pull off the road and take pictures. It's like, it's not that we don't want you to have pictures, it's seriously, you're making everything terrible for everyone. It's fine. Get to the park and take a picture of the entrance of the park. It's okay. People slow down all the bridges in your area to take pictures? Yeah, I'd believe it. Like, I remember driving around, like, in the Keys way back, and just... like, it was the 5-mile bridge going into, you know, into the Keys, or a 3-mile, whatever bridge. It's just a long bridge that goes into the Keys, and that one being a whole disaster to deal with. Then you got the different bridges that go between the Keys, and it's all beautiful. 7-mile. I was say, like, I can never remember how long it is. I just remember it's one of those things that there's an accident on that bridge. Good luck. You're going nowhere fast. All right. Petaluma. Remember Petaluma, if I recall, being a very nice area of California as well. I want to say there's a lot of media people who live out here, like, you know, old Hollywood kind of thing. You know, where they go and they basically retire out of that and then they start writing books or having podcasts and all that. Yeah, in the quiet, rich outskirts of San Fran? Yeah. Like, I remember there was a number of podcasts I used to listen to from people, like, used to be big names, you know, in various things, and they just started their entire like own podcast network. So like not just a podcast series, but like an entire set of podcast channels kind of thing. And I remember they were based out of Petaluma. Not too far from Napa. Yep, and here we're on the big rock, like the super duper rocky coastline of California. Well, the good news is, because I took this detour, this unintended really long detour, this is revealing a lot of the map we haven't been over, so I haven't been this route yet. Because the route makes no sense for me to take in. You know what I just realized? So I think you can choose different garages to start the game. So we're in Hopland. But I don't remember if I like chose Sacramento or that's the default. That's just what's there. It suddenly strikes me, and maybe that you did get the choice, and I thought about San Francisco, and I was like, no. Like, I don't want to start in San Francisco because I figured it was going to be terrible dealing with bridges or whatever. But it suddenly makes me think, it's like, oh man, I can only imagine, like, you know, getting your first garage in San Francisco and dealing with, like, having to drive in and out of there. Jeez. They just did a big jump. They just did a big jump. Oh yeah, they compress space. So like big areas in between, they'd have a bunch of like little towns and all that. A lot of that they just kind of skip. Because otherwise the map would have to be so absurdly large. Please pass me, rest guard. I believe this is my exit. Yeah, and they have to do that, because like the alternative would be to take the time to make the map that much bigger, where a lot of that bigger in a lot of places is empty, or be, you know, a bunch of little cities that, you know, you don't want to have to put up like signs and everything for it, all the textures and all that kind of stuff. It wouldn't surprise me though if someone out there was like working on a like 1-to-1 scale project of certain areas. I don't think I'd actually want to do that. Like, it'd be interesting. Like, you know, kind of a Google Maps project kind of thing where they just take the photos from the cars and like try to splice them together and then let you drive through the splice together thing. Use stuff to try and fill in all like the blurred out areas and the areas where the photos don't quite line up or they're out of focus or whatever. But that'd be like computer generating an entire place. They have an Alaska mod that's 1-to-1. That's cool. That doesn't surprise me. Like I said, it would almost like not surprise me at all. That said, I don't particularly need it to be 1-to-1. Let's see, I haven't done it, but supposedly it's a 14 to 15. That was where I need to be. 14 to 15 real life hours across a straight line. Across a straight line. Don't worry about it. This is definitely legal. I'm evil. I want to see 1-to-1 traffic. Sold. All right. You'd still be on the Bay Bridge if it were, yeah. There's a lot of places that get real rough. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna keep unlocking new upgrades to stuff. I kind of don't like that you unlock it this way, just because you'll sit there, you'll have the money to buy your better truck and all that, and then you just can't. And so you buy like this like half car, like, and then you're just like not really enthused about your truck that's like the middle pack kind of truck. Actually, here. So freight jobs that you got here. Price per distance. That's cutting over to Nevada. Expires in 30 minutes. And that's in-game minutes, so we gotta hustle. I actually don't know if it still expires here. Or like once we accept it's like locked in or whatever. But that's where I was making the comment earlier, was like, I actually don't really enjoy driving these days in real life. It's just dealing with the traffic and everything is just too annoying. Versus, you know, video game. Just all the things that we could just kind of ignore as game mechanics. Or ignore as things and yet deal with in real life because game mechanics. Like, if you get caught speeding in this game, it just goes like, and it gives you, you know, like your fine or whatever. And then the fine is like fairly trivial compared to how much you're gonna earn, so if you do just want to blast down the road at speed, you can still make money doing that. But in real life, you know, you get pulled the heck over. So every time I turn on a red here, and they just did it. Well, so let's get there. You can turn off fines and such? Yeah. I haven't done that yet, but it'd be interesting. It's weird. Like, normally, when I was playing, like, you play games like GTA, and I go, like, blasting down the road at speed, because it's GTA and all that. But, then I did GTRP, the one time, and it just became a thing that's just like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm cool driving legally. It's fine. Let's pop in here and get our gas, because we're low. Alright. Just a nice casual $820 in the tank. We've had worse. I think our highest was one of like the quick missions I went to fill up, and it was like $2,000 or something like that. Oh good, just driving the semi down through the neighborhood. Awesome. Nice suburban neighborhood, just cruising on through. Oh, you know what? We're gonna get here and the trucks, it's not gonna be offered anymore. That's what's gonna happen. We didn't accept it already. It's gonna be gone. Yep. Yep. Well, we can take that one to Santa Cruz. It's not gonna pay us hardly anything, but it's a nice short hop. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it that short. Let's find a better one. Alright. Where's freight? Why am I being this way? Okay. Actually, all of these suck. Forget this town. This place is terrible. Let's never come back here. That's about right for... Is that Ukiah? Or UK? Or UK? Like, how you pronounce that? Ukiah? Yeah, Ukiah. Or Ukiah. Ukiah? The KI is messing with me. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Yeah, that one. Ukiah. Gotcha. So what we're gonna do real fast is I'm actually gonna ignore the GPS. You got it right, and it's a dump, says Krask. I mean, that's what I'm being led to believe. So even though this is not the correct way, I'm going this way to reveal this part of the map, so I never have to come back to this place. Alright. Oh, if you ever want to see a fun phenomena, go and get a camera and try and record cars that are like driving at speed. If you can find like a place where the cars are going about the same speed as the camera's shutter speed, or not the shutter speed, the video camera I'm talking about, the rate it takes the video, you can make it so the cars, when they drive, the wheels just stay stationary as it moves. It's such a fun, ridiculous phenomena. It's because what's happening is the tire takes a full rotation at the same speed that the camera's taking its images, and you can just have it where it just keeps catching at the same spot, and it makes everything look like it's like really poorly done, like computer graphics, like fakes, but it's just legitimate footage. I've had a couple videos that my younger brother did when he was doing all his camera stuff. Do the helicopter, it floats. Yeah, it's the same phenomena. If it happens to be going at the same rate that the frames per second of the camera is, that it just looks like it's stationary, very slowly rotating the blade kind of thing. And so it just makes everything look just broken and wrong, and it's just the way it kind of just works. Freeway entrance. Yeah, so Ukiah, kind of a dump. 3 out of 10. Their job offer sucked. I still took it. That's mostly because we have to drive someplace else to get a better job or offer anyways. I might as well get paid for that drive. Chris, no kind of about it. I'm hearing from 2 people who have been over there. Neither of them have positive things to say about it. And here's Hopland, which looks considerably nicer. Also appears to be a speeding trap. Like, that's kind of the sad thing for me, is I want to have the experience of like, oh yeah, I know this place and drive through here kind of thing. But the places I've lived are all on the East Coast, so I got a ways to wait if they do implement like the entire country. I like how you go to Hopland, Petaluma in like a mile or 2. Yeah, I mean they're right next to each other. That's fine. Distance is weird in the game. Like they do a lot of compression. Let's try and get just close enough to count it. Cool. So we didn't want to stop at the rest stop, but we just got to count so I don't have to reveal it again later. And there's Petaluma. Should have went by Clear Lake. Yeah, that's been true a lot of games though. Like when you go to actual locations, they'll start clearing. Like even it doesn't even have to be like a small location. Like if it's just inconveniently placed for the way the map is, they'll end up yanking it just to make room so they can make the other locations a bit better. Like if they made like the East Coast, like Florida, like going up US 1 kind of thing. Like, I could see them having Cocoa, but they would definitely not include Port St. John. They might include Titusville, but Mims and Scottsmore absolutely not. There'd be no way. Daytona they would. There's like no question about Daytona being there. Like I could there's just a lot of little cities I could just see them axing them. I feel like they would include Christmas. Which they shouldn't because it's Christmas. And I don't mean like the holiday. It's a pretty dumpy town. There's a fort there that's kind of cool. But outside that it's a pretty not great place. No, it's this way. I was getting faked out from up by my eyes, like wait a second. I mean, they skipped Santa Rosa, which is a pretty big town. Yeah, so I imagine they would. Like, that was the reason I was, like, hesitant. It's like, okay, but I could see them including Titusville, and the reason for that is the road that goes out to the Kennedy Space Center goes through Titusville. Like, technically, the Kennedy Space Center is in Titusville for a good chunk of it. So it's like, I could see that one. Like, Coco's a big tourist town. Daytona's a big tourist... Well, Daytona Beach, they'd probably just lump in as one thing. That's a tourist location. Port St. John is just this... It's a decent-sized town. There's, like, a decent amount there so far as residential and all that. But it's just basically where all the people who work at the Space Center live. Or used to. Like, it depends on how much they have to compress it. Hey, we're going across the Golden Gate Bridge. Hang on, we're gonna give you the authentic experience this time of what you will see on the Golden Gate Bridge. And it's here right at this point. You won't see biplanes zipping around over the bridge that close. Someone would lose their license for that. All right, so we're gonna go right here. We're gonna signal off to the side. We're gonna stop over here. We're gonna pull off to the side. We're gonna get out of our vehicle temporarily. We're just gonna pretend. Take a picture. We took a picture. Okay. Turn off our signal and signal back in. And we're doing this efficiently. The actual people be there like for 5 minutes trying to get, you know, their passenger to like, you know, pose for the camera, all that stuff. Oh, of course my camera broke right that moment. Let me deal with that. Bonk, bonk. Okay. The camera took a picture too. Yeah, but like, of course you'd be like, you know, hey, other person in the seat. Hey, you know, pose. No, that's not gonna pose. You know, you can do better than that. Smile. That's not a smile. Like doing all that kind of stuff. And meanwhile, everyone else behind them in traffic, honking their horn, being like, oh my god, please. I've been in traffic for 2 hours. At least they did simulate the fog a bit. What vehicle did I crash into? You know what? I don't care. They probably had it coming. That person took a child's Pokemon card and put a crease in it. They deserved it. Just came to San Francisco. Of course you hit someone. I'm also surprised I didn't just destroy the back of that station wagon there. Thankfully the brakes actually did there. Where are we going? I don't know. To be honest, I really don't pay attention to where it tells me. Santa Cruz, that's right, Santa Cruz. Because like literally my approach to this game is, where am I? Oh, I can make money over there? Okay, I'll go down there. Probably down Highway 1. Oh, you lived in Santa Cruz for years? Alright, well, we'll get to see what Santa Cruz looks like. You'll let us know how authentic it is. Alright, come on, man. I got places to be. Asian food? We gotta stop right here. I was impressed that they had the same, like, stickers you see on the door of, like, almost any, like, Chinese takeout place. Because, like, almost all the Chinese takeout places, there's a reason why their menus all seem the exact same. That's because almost all those places, they're like a franchise. Not a name kind of franchise, but you can, like, buy to, like, get all, like, the set, like, the startup set of everything. They have your, like, proper, like, suppliers and everything. So, like, so many of those Chinese takeout places all work under, like, the same kind of umbrella. Asian, they technically could be Indian or Russian. I made a comment that while I was in New Zealand, that was one of the things I found interesting was, like, you had pretty much any culture from the Asian continent, like, was there in a very heavily represented amount, which was very nice in a lot of ways, because I like a lot of their food. But there was definitely a point I'm like, alright, I need something that's not this. Like, the food court at the, like, because it was weird, like, the hotel was, like, sitting on top of, like, a little mall kind of thing, and they had a food court, but you had, like, Korean, Chinese, Thai food, 2 Japanese places, you had, I already mentioned Korean. There's 2 others ones we had there. You had Indian food, or not Indian food. India food. But, it was just kind of, like, cool. You could go down there. They had, like, ramen and pho, and they had sushi, and they had, bimbibops. A lot of good stuff while we were there. Of course, I still gotta ding New Zealand at that. They had a Mexican place and all their food came with mayo. For instance, I don't see any double parked delivery trucks or construction going on. This is so fake. I cannot get past that. It's like, oh, there's a Mexican restaurant here. All right, you know, the farther away you get, usually the lower the quality Mexican food gets. I shouldn't say quality, the less authentic the Mexican food gets. And yeah, when you're on the opposite side of the world as Mexico, it gets pretty inauthentic. That said, we liked everything we ate while we were there. We did not get the Mexican food. I could not get over the fact that it had mayonnaise in it. I was like, a taco with mayonnaise, I'm like, I can't. Nope. Absolutely not. Cannot accept that. Cannot. This is something I cannot come to terms with. But it was nice. We had a really good time visiting. It's a shame we were sick for a good chunk of it, but you know, it is what it is. That is always the risk with travel. All men have their breaking point. Yeah, and mine is mayonnaise on Mexican food. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there is some Mexican recipe out there, like, you know what? I can see that one. But a taco ain't it. Enchiladas ain't it. It's the ocean. It's the Pacific Ocean. It's right there. It's that one. Specifically. There's a bunch of these, like, sand berms. And then weirdly misaligned rails, which is, like, random things. Alright. So I'm assuming we're way in the outskirts of Santa Cruz, so... Yeah, we're in the outskirts of Santa Cruz. We're not actually in the city itself. I think Santa Cruz is just up there, though. Okay. Alright, so world map. Great job. Yeah, we're still a good ways out of Santa Cruz. Alright, well, we've got this one, Santa Cruz to Flagstaff. So let's set our GPS. Start getting over there. Didn't we set our GPS? Number 3 was only to Oakland. That'd be a short trip. We can check. Right now I need to get into Santa Cruz actual. Because that's where the jobs are. I also need to find a rest stop. And there's a rest stop. Gas-wise are basically full, so I'm not going to worry about that. Well, I mean, that's one way to have a rest area. Just a dirt lot on the side. You don't buy our gas. It costs more. New images available for upload, because I actually did take the picture off the side of the Golden Gate. You can't see it at all, because... There you go. There's your picture of the Golden Gate Bridge, just like in real life. We don't get to see anything, because it's all fog. Authentic. Alright. So here's Santa Cruz. Let's get a freight job down there. So Santa Cruz. It pays the most per mile. It's not a particularly super long trip either. Donuts. You're still up? Oh, that said American. I was like, donuts and Mexican food? Count me in. That said American's like, oh, so you mean like just burgers and barbecue. Which, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy a good burger and a good barbecue. Hot donuts. Fresh. Oh, are we not going into Santa Cruz? We're just gonna go the whole way around Santa Cruz? We're just not doing this? Okay. That actually feels like a tease. Where's Santa Cruz relative to us? Oh, we're literally going to the place directly next to us. Oh, that works. Maybe depending on the route, it'll still take us through Santa Cruz. Well, I can't see anything, so clearly I should just pull out into this. That works, because that means it gets to reveal. Because I was even debating if I wanted to stop and reveal this place on the drive-by, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Great job. So it's like almost the exact same amount per mile, but this one's just longer. Yeah, we'll take the one to Yuma. Get an extra 10,000. Okay, so now I got a whole bunch of really expensive cars on the back. All right. From good old Volston Motors. Wonder how well you can off-road this. Sadly, they have invisible walls like everywhere in the game, so you can't really off-road at all. Like, honestly, even there's a lot of times where it's very clearly a dirt road that goes off into distance, like a decent sized one, and it still will have an invisible wall just solidly blocks you. Oh good, it looks like we are going towards Santa Cruz. Okay. Take a quick detour through Santa Cruz just to get a look at this. There's the Santa Cruz city limit. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek in here, see what it looks like, see if it looks like home. Were those people who have been over this part of the place? See, they have the boardwalk. So this is Swift Street. Got some like apartment buildings, the Walmart proxy. That looks like a boardwalk over there, maybe. Some nicer houses along the shore. Stilted in some places. Some less nicer houses tucked in with them. Some type of building, I'm assuming. Oh, I can't look that far behind me. Assuming it's like an iconic place for it. Is some red brick building by the water. That looks like there was a boardwalk down there. Like at least docks. Can't tell if it's a boardwalk or not. Sadly, we can't get any closer. Invisible walls be invisible. This, I assume, is more like the downtown area. Don't know the area well enough. It's also nighttime, so we can't see it super well either. Yeah, but it looked like there's some type of red brick historic building along the water. Would be my guess. It's like probably a building that was relevant once upon a time. Kind of mashed up, built but close to life. Yeah, that's all the things we get to scale it down, they get all mashed up. That's good. Was the brick buildings anything like identifiable, or are you just like, yeah, it's just a brick building? Like I didn't. It's just like a little brick building. I didn't get a good look at it. I tried to like turn the camera around to realize I can't actually look over the right shoulder for fairly obvious reasons. That's a place? Gotcha. Yeah, same way with like some places I've been where it's just like, you know, what's that historic building? It's like, I don't know, it's old. What is it? I don't know. It's old. Like no one goes there? Okay. So you're making decent money that we're almost up to like $250,000. And generally speaking, most of the time when I get up to that point, I buy a new truck, I hire a new person, I give them the truck, and then I make them make me money. Because I feel like in the long run, that's what makes sense to do, is just field an army of truckers so that you're getting, you know, that 5 and 7,000 pretty much perpetually. You know, passive income, as it were. Now, granted, with them, say like they're making 5,000 every time, and you have to spend $250,000 to get them all set up, which is probably a little bit more than it actually costs. But you know, 5,000, that is a lot of times before it pays for itself. But that said, because of the way the game works, once it pays for itself, it's just, you know, money appearing into existence with no farther effort, which is the best kind of money. The money that just shows up. So those ones, the speed limit dropped to 35 and then bounced right back up. Luckily I didn't get a speeding ticket. You know, we haven't actually gotten a speeding ticket this whole time, and I know I just didn't disable that. It's not that when you speed you just automatically instantly get a ticket. Like, I think a police car has to see you, or there's some like random chance mechanic that you get caught kind of thing. It's the same thing like when you're sleepy. That's not just an amount of time passes and you get a fine. There's like some extra step involved into it. I don't know the mechanics of how this game works behind the scenes there. Because I've had times where it feels like you get dinged very quickly for the sleep thing, and other times where it's like I get away with it for quite a while before I start getting dinged. And for those who haven't checked this game, it is actually multiplayer as well, that you can convoy. So you can have a delivery where you have to take like 3 trucks or whatever it is, to the same place, so you get a group of people and all three of you take it. I have no idea. I would assume with that kind of thing, you would get like a little extra on the top pay-wise for doing it that way to like make it beneficial to everyone. But I don't know because I've never done it. Okay. With the RimWorld earlier, I've actually been messing with the pollution challenge off stream just like the last day or two. Still doing Path of Exile for the League, but it's been one of those things that like I'll hop in for a while, knock out a bunch of stuff, and hop out. The character's been doing really well. Like I've gone to, I think I'm in red maps now. Still grinding up a bunch of stuff. I think we're at like 3.5, 4,000. Oh, sorry about that. I was feeding an infant, and then the 5-year-old was yelling from a room. His red brick building is a notable place in the city. The street down the coast has nice houses, pretty accurate. It's all on the west side of the city. What you call downtown isn't really downtown. There's no way you could even get a tractor, much less a trailer, onto those streets. Gotcha. Cool, cool. Yeah, and it's no problem. Like, I get juggling real-life responsibilities. Especially when those responsibilities are small children's. Who do small children's things. Like ask to be fed. How dare they? Expecting food. But yeah. Kids can be a handful. I'm not even a parent, and kids have been a handful for me plenty of times. And I get to give them back. Ready to go. I have done my shift. Here is your child. Have fun. It's fun. Like I don't want to make that sound like a negative or whatever. It's just a lot. It is cool though that like no location. This is awkward angled, but the building is actually a lighthouse. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it felt like there'd be something there. I just didn't see what looked like a tower or something for the lighthouse. Because we have a bunch of those here in Florida where you'll go along the shore and they'll have like the little brick building and then they'll have like a lighthouse. And they're usually not like lighthouses when you think of modern lighthouses, but they'll still be a thing that goes up in the air and has some type of thing on top of it. Like where they would like light a fire and then just have basically a mirror. It's not super tall to be honest. Interesting. Not that the ones around here were super tall either, but they would be, you know, 2-3 stories tall maybe? Versus again, you think of the ones you see like when people talk about lighthouse and like media or whatever, it'll be like this 5-story tall giant, you know, red and white thing with the 2 lights spinning around. Whereas a lot of the ones that are around here, it's my understanding is it had like a fire of some form, and then it'd have like a mirror on one side that you could like turn, like you'd have the mirror point kind of thing. So you kind of direct the light a little bit better. Okay. Are you gonna actually fix your speed the moment I switch lanes? Because that'd be a very authentic experience. If at the moment I switch lanes, traffic sped up. We get past this rest stop, and if they're still going my speed, I'll get back over. All right. I mean, they're going my speed, I don't care. It's one of those things that they're like getting all backed up in traffic and slow, and I'm like, alright, well, I'll get lanes and I'll switch lanes to get past them. Alright, we need to go in for inspection. And inspecting and moving on. But yeah, so with like the pollution run, I've been experimenting with the so one, I was doing an experiment with like the naked brutality, like no research, random research. That doesn't actually work that well, unfortunately. Like it has all like the normal difficulty of naked brutality, the classic, you know, you get your first raid if you take an injury, or if you get an infection or malaria or anything, like, it's just over until you get the second pawn. Like, it's just really hard to make work. And it's so much about that challenge requires you to, like, manage food. Because there's such little workable space. That when I messed with that, it's like, alright, that would be one of those things I would do those. You'd have a whole bunch of false starts before we got one going. That'd be like, that would be the most fun or entertaining to do. But looking at it from like doing the Mechanator, that one would be interesting. I'd still want to do the no research, random research, but the problem then is when the mech's batteries run out. I think, if I remember correctly, I can't remember, I think they very, 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 very slowly recharge themselves, but just horrifically inefficient. Otherwise you have to use the charging port, but we wouldn't have the tech to power it. Oh, and also for ridiculous, I was doing one of my tests, and it was still in the same normal difficulties and all that, but I was doing just like a tribal start, and I got the, the Vanotech power source, like before I even finished my second research. So I had like the colony sitting there. I got my first research was the stone cutting, so it's just like cutting all the stone, doing all sorts of stuff. I don't remember what the second one was. And I had this Vanotech power supply thing. I was like, that's great. I have this 1,000-watt power supply, this infinite power at no fuel cost. And I don't know how to use electricity. I end up grabbing it just like, you know, deploying or whatever out of fear of someone having a break and destroying it, or I like had a raid going in, I'm like, I could see them stealing that and taking off with it. Yeah, it's classic RimWorld. It's like, oh, here's this amazing item that any other run you would love, but here's when you can't use it. Don't worry about being able to use it. You won't get there, because right when you start getting over that hill, I'm gonna wreck this run. Yeah, I haven't done the pollution challenge in a while. I like that one. For those who don't know what that is, that's in RimWorld. I max out the pollution settings, and I don't allow myself to play any type of xenotype that has immunity to pollution, so I can't just trivialize it. And then I choose a tile that has 100% or really close to it pollution. And then I'm not allowed to just like bag up the pollution and ship it off, or bag it up and pot it off. I have to keep like, all pollution must be handled within the confines of the cell. So in practice, what happens is when you pull it up on the map, you get this little pocket that has no pollution, because it's just the game, the way it works. is when you spawn a tile with max pollution, it will give you like a little pocket in the middle. Like it's very little, like maybe 15 by 15 or so, give or take. It varies a lot. And so the early game of the run is just going, okay, I got this tiny little spot of okay soil most likely to grow things. And my people need to sleep somewhere that doesn't have pollution, which is also probably the spot. So you just have extremely limited space. That sign said trucks to the right, and I'm like, but this says to the left. So we definitely just cut people off, it's fine. But, what ends up happening is, like, usually you'll find, like, a little, like, when I say, it's not a mound, but, like, one of the little rock chunks on the map. You end up, like, hollowing one of those out. And, like, just trying to get your path to and from, like, your growing area. But, the way you handle the pollution is when the pollution's that high, there's these trees called Pollux trees that show up on your map that very, very slowly absorbs pollution. And so the idea is you slowly chip away at the pollution, bag it, take it to the trees, drop it at the bottom. And you kind of do it at a cadence where you're not overwhelming the trees, so you're just not putting the pollution in, it pops and it goes right back to where it started. But you just like slowly get away. And so it's just kind of that juggle that you slowly chip away to get more and more of the map to be usable for you. And it'd be a lot of fun. But it is a slow burn run kind of thing. Like it's like when people do Naked Brutality. That early game, it takes a little bit to get going. But I enjoy that challenge. It's also one that, like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that same challenge or something similar to it. Which is fair. I do know that the current challenges that people are doing a lot of is there's one is the whole tile challenge. I know Woe Jess and FG Squared have been doing that, where the goal is like you try and build on the entire buildable space, and you can't just be like, this is one giant farm, congratulations, I'm using it. Like you actually have to build on it, kind of thing. And then for like the extreme opposite, is I saw Bloody Drongo started a run where he's doing a challenge. I can't remember, was it J Jam that came up with it? But that you have to do your entire run in a 30 by 30 space. Is like you can have like stocking and like stockpiles and farms and all outside that, but as far as structures, you may not build more in a 30 by 30 space, which is nothing, considering most of the bedrooms I build are like 6 by 6 normally. Like my really big fancy rooms, or I should say like my production rooms, are usually like 10 by 10. And so you think 30 by 30, and they have to still be able to walk around in that space. That's really not much to work with. Like that is, you're not getting individual bedrooms, you're getting a barracks because I can't do anything else. Or where you have to like min-max how you lay out your production benches to like really cram people in as cozy and as tight as you possibly can get them. All while trying to not have them have breaks and dealing with all the normal stuff. And it also means you have to figure out where you're shoving your kill box in there to survive long enough, knowing every little bit you dedicate to the kill box is that much more you can't use for, you know, all your other needs. So it's a pretty interesting one. That's one I would consider doing at some point as well. Like, I imagine there's gotta be, because, like, you'd have to be trying to work around the disturbed sleep, because that's just a debuff you're gonna have to live with if they're all barracks together in that kind of confined space. Or you'd have to find a way to, like, shove them into the tiniest little bedrooms everywhere, at which point then they'll have, like, the awful bedroom or whatever, you know, not much space bedroom penalties. So those, you're going to be living with some kind of penalty related to their sleeping situation, to their moods basically permanently. You can have your like production room stuff, that's mostly fine, honestly. You have to have wherever you're going to store your stuff. That's going to take up space. You got to get your kill box in there. You're going to have some kind of dining room / rec room. Because not having one, you'd have a lot of penalties to worry about. And then mood buff for that is just too big to give up. Like that's, you're going to need that to counteract the lack of bedroom and as the expectations go up. And then added on that is the goal is to launch the ship. And you have to have the ship inside that 30 by 30 as well. Which I find interesting because I feel like what's going to happen is you're going to slowly try and like build the ship to be your base as well. So it like pulls double duty. Because you just need to do that because of confined space. I don't know if anyone's completed. I haven't, like I've only was made aware of the challenge a couple days ago. Sorry. I am curious what the landscape looks like on Twitch once we start having the next set of game drops like Starfield and all that. Because like Baldur's Gate 3 still is pulling numbers. We got Starfield coming. Armored Core 6 dropped and is pulling numbers. So it feels like it's going to be just this rush leading into the holiday season, which is probably normal. Leading into holiday season where so much stuff is dropping and people are being pulled so many different directions. That's actually one of the times I liked, was the big summer release schedule. Felt pretty good for the channel and everything. Because there's so many different games coming out, and I was like mostly avoiding the giant ones. And then, you know, just playing the occasional ones that are like, you know, decent enough. Because it was just like, the channel was doing pretty good by just the nature of no one really knew what game to be watching, so people are kind of everywhere, which is kind of good. It kind of like sucked the vacuum away from where one game just dominates the entire platform, like what Baldur's Gate 3 was doing when it dropped in Diablo 4. Yeah, I feel like part of the problem that Diablo 4 had, and this is, again, I have not played, so this is me going from what I've had others tell me, is it sounded like when you got to the end game, it dropped off hard. That you got to the end game and there just wasn't a whole lot there. That's what I've been led to believe. I don't know that for a fact for playing myself. Chris says, what end game? That's kind of what is going. Is my understanding was they had like kind of like dungeon-esque things, but you just repeat them. Otherwise, it's mostly like the MMO open world kind of thing is your end game. So it's like going back into the old days of Diablo 2 of just killing the same boss again and again, which that's fine from its days, but nowadays, like we have entire built-out endgame systems in your action RPGs where it's like Last Epoch or Path of Exile or Lost Ark, or all of them have, you know, you get to the end game, there's entirely new systems to engage with depth and everything to them. So I think part of Diablo 4's drop-off is people would hit that point, you know, maybe they level up a character or two through the story, and then they're just like, well, I don't know how to do. And then, you know, the next new game comes out to distract you. Which had been Baldur's Gate was the big one. I wonder, I haven't looked at Baldur's Gate 3 numbers. I wonder if since Armored Core 6 dropped and people are starting to hype really hard for Starfield coming out, I wonder if its numbers have started to drop off pretty hard. I also feel like a lot of people jumped into it and it wasn't the right game for them. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Like, you know, they hopped in, they hadn't played a classic RPG, went in there like, never mind. So I'm really curious about how that goes. Okay. And we got our wind turbines. It kind of makes me wonder when you're driving around. So, American Truck Simulator has a feature that the billboards in that are populated by various, like, different systems. Like, people come up with fake ads to put in the game and all that. It does make me wonder with some of these ones, because that last one, I didn't get a good chance to get a look at the URL on it. But it makes me wonder if you visit that URL, does it, like, point to a legitimate business? Or if you visit the URL, like, someone's mocked up a fake fake business for it or whatever, or if it's just like a dead link kind of thing. Because I can see a lot of potential with that kind of stuff, because you can get like a really long URL that's going to cost you like nothing for the domain. A little cheap $5 domain kind of thing. I can see people doing that. I mean, if in GTRP we were sitting there putting together like an entire like news website for people to use in game, I could definitely see someone just putting up like a static image kind of website for whatever in-game thing that you just go to the URL and it's just, whatever trucks.com, and then it'd just be like this image and like sales now or whatever, just as like a silly thing. It says, it could be dangerous too. They lose that domain and suddenly the website is full of malware. This is true. That is true. Alright, where are we at that we're suddenly seeing a ridiculous amount of palm trees? And a trailer park. I don't know, it's just a giant thing of palm trees in a trailer park. Okay. Alright, so we are going to stop at this rest stop to grab gas and have our character sleep. Because while it is getting close to where we're going to be at the destination, our character is getting sleepy. He's going to start yawning and being a general nuisance soon enough. This will probably be easier to do the rest first. And then the gas. Okay. So where's the part where I pull up to the pump and not all the pumps are high enough to accommodate the truck and the trailer? That we pull underneath and we just smash the truck on the top of the the overhang of the gas station. All right. This is what the Arizona I went to reminds me of. When I went to Arizona, this is what it looked like. Not so much the palm trees over there, but just the random, like, brush kind of trees, like scrub trees and cactus and general brown and tan on the ground. Bunch of saguaro. Like, I'm sure there are nice places where they do have the palm trees and all that, but it was like construction home, like, manufactured home, sorry. Around here, 111. And we're on the home stretch. At some point, you need to sit back and look at the achievements. I wasn't worried about the achievements too much about this game, like so far as going out of my way to pursue them. And that was mostly because, looking at the achievements, I had so much stuff that I was going to need to do, like just leveling up my things, getting my upgrades, buying a second, like all that stuff that's just the normal progression of the game as you play through it. There's no point really focusing on the achievements, because it's like, oh yeah. You know, I'll get all these random one-offs, like a bunch of these random one-offs, I should say, just playing the game. And they'll be like down the road to like track down like driving so far without, you know, something for sale or whatever. You know, I don't know what the achievements are, like managing to flip a truck back on its wheels, who knows. Like all those random one-off achievements that are like things you have to kind of go out of your way to make happen. I also worry this will be one of those games that, like, as they add DLCs, they either add achievements or the achievements get adjusted to accommodate the new DLC. And as a result, you know, you kind of have to own the DLC to get the achievements, because I've seen that happen a lot. And I have mixed feelings about that one. Because, like, it's cool when they add extra stuff that you can, like, earn and do all that with DLC. And I like that part. But I also don't like it when I've 100% or near 100% a game and then a bunch of achievements get added and I don't actually want the DLC. And even though it's such like a petty thing, it bothers me a lot that I'll have achievements that'll never be done. Even though there's plenty of games that like the achievement is, you know, play 6,000 hours. It's like, yeah, it's not happening. Sorry, buddy. All right. It's a big rest stop over here. That'll be the interesting thing when I get down to the point where I've got like most of the map revealed, and then, you know, have to like track down those rest stops that I've missed and the various business I missed. Because I don't think it's 100% of the map revealed, but I think it is a very large amount of it. It's like 80 or 90%, like 98% or something like that, is the achievement. I'm sure there's a place I can look up to see what my percent is at, and I'm sure it's going to be upsetting, like 30%. Stop. You're glad you got away from achievement hunting? I think it really took away from the fun of some games for me. Yeah, so usually, like, there's definitely ones that, like, the achievement's not fun kind of thing, and those I usually won't worry about that much. It's usually when I'm into a game, I'll try and go out of my way for the achievement. Oxygen Not Included was one of them. I know I got a bunch of the achievements for that. I definitely haven't 100%ed. But there's definitely a lot of achievements that were either grindy or tedious or just they required you to play in a way that was just not enjoyable. I think one of the achievements that broke me was X3 Terran Conflict. I really enjoyed that game. Like, and I had beaten it. I had gotten like almost all achievements. I think the only achievement I'm missing from that game is there was an achievement to beat the main story, starting as like the hardest start, but in hardcore. And the way that one does hardcore is when you open your save file, it deletes it off the hard drive. And then when you go to like close the game, it resaves it. The problem is the game is just not stable enough for that to be a way for achievements to work. Because if you crash during it, it means it's as if you died. You just don't get a chance. If the story's long enough, you can't really just knock it out real quick in one sitting. And I took a number of attempts at it. You know, and I failed mostly because of crashes. I had one or two failures that were my own fault. And I started doing one where it's basically save scumming it just to try and get through it. But then I just didn't want to deal with it. Because it would have been fun to actually do that challenge, but like I would have had fun with that achievement if you didn't lose your save when the game crashed. Because that was an achievement I still don't have because I'm just not doing this. Like this, it's cool that you wanted to have this challenge, but your game is just not stable enough for this to be a reasonable challenge to do. Because I've enjoyed the X series, but they're not. They've got some jank. They're not the most stable games, but they're good. If you're into like the privateer like space, you know, building up space stations and ships and having fleets and building up trade routes and all that stuff and boarding ships and whatnot, they've got all that. They are a series of games, though, as a warning. For those who don't know the X series, when a new X game drops, expect it to have lots of demons under the hood, and lots of bugs and lots of problems, and then the devs will like slowly work through patch by patch to make it even better and better until it's excellent. But they do tend to release their games in kind of not great states. Yeah, I was big in X, X2, and X3. Like Bethesda is any better? Well, I mean, the catch is Bethesda doesn't bother with the fixing it later. They just release it. They get like the one or two like really glaring bugs, and then they're like, yeah, the people will patch it. It's fine. That's what mods are for. I'm being unfair about that, by the way. You have the right of way. Don't yield the right of... They had the right of way. They were already moving. We wouldn't have even conflicted, really. Actually, no, you're going straight. Either way, had the right of way. There was no reason for him to yield. And now we are in Yuma. I believe this is Yuma, Arizona. They bothered adding text promoting their special edition when it came out. Yep. But yeah, so it's like X comes out, and like I said, they'll keep polishing their game well after it comes out for a long while. So like it's not that it's unplayable at first drops, but yeah, there's usually some jank and some bugs. There are times some pretty bad stuff too, like you can't complete parts of the main storyline until like the patch, a week or two after it drops, kind of rough bugs in X series games. But they never add the settings in the main menu. Yeah, that one got me. Hey, Captain Slip, how's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. Rather for just a moment to get you a proper shot and all that. I'm like right here on my stop, so I want to quickly get there before I pause and all that kind of stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope, Captain Slip, you had a good stream. I'll check what you're playing here in just a minute, all good stuff, and do this proper. Well, I already accidentally ran the red light. Don't worry about it. You saw nothing, chat. The only laws broken were the laws in your heart. Play No Man's Sky? Gotcha. Yeah, I heard they had a pretty good update. I don't know what's in it, because I haven't kept up with No Man's Sky. But, that's fine. But, like, I've heard good things from all the people I know who are, like, into No Man's Sky. They've been pretty hyped about it, which is always a good sign. I played No Man's Sky when it first came out. Got all the achievements at the time, like the hardcore finish and everything. And I poked at it a little bit then and there. I just haven't gotten back into it in the same level as when it first came out. Which I know will seem counter to a lot of people, because when it first came out, it was not well received, to put it mildly. But yeah, so if you're looking for some No Man's Sky, Campsite's been playing some of that, getting that new update. Check it out. You haven't played since initial launch? I've played a little. I just haven't like really got into it. Like I've done like, I think I finished one full expedition and like a little bit like here and there of a couple of them. But it's mostly like a lot of the big stuff has happened since I started streaming, and it can be tough kind of to stick with it. Yeah, it got to the point where it was good about 2 or 3 years after initial. So I go by the stance, me personally, my stance of what happened with the with No Man's Sky is they did release a good game. Like initially at the very beginning it was a good game. It was not the game they advertised, which is I think the big problem. So like what they released, if you're into just like exploring the world, checking it out, that kind of thing, or exploring the worlds, doing the galaxy, kind of going through that, they had some good stuff there. But it was super duper overhyped to the point of basically being almost false advertising. I was just fortunate that I wasn't on the hype train, that I had no idea. I was just like, it's a space game where we're supposed to explore. Okay, let me check that out. I had no idea there were promises of multiplayer that didn't get actualized and all those other things. So I was having a grand old time when it first came out, and just seeing like the vehement rage going on in the internet. Like, what's happening? Why is everyone so angry? And then I got to see clips from like where people were like, you can go with your friends, and then the clip where there's no friends, and they have like the Jurassic Park moment, and they show like the derpy animals and all that. I shouldn't say derpy, but like all the weird animals are kind of janky and all that. I'm like, okay, that's fair. Like they oversold this thing pretty hard. So I could definitely see if I was on that roller coaster, I'd be pretty pissed about it, and that's completely fair and reasonable. I mostly don't watch the marketing around games as best I can. Sometimes I do. But so a lot of times when games released and people get really pissed off because overpromised, underdelivered, I manage to avoid it by not being overpromised to, because all that. And I try to avoid getting hyped about stuff. That's my concern with Starfield, is I am pretty excited about Starfield, but I'm also like trying to not get hyped about it. City Skylines 2 I'm hyped about, like, and that might bite me in the butt. But yeah. Let's see. Captain says, my belief is it's meant to be 3 years early access, but Sony pushed them to call it a full release because there isn't early access on PlayStation. And after 3 years, they had fulfilled our promises. That makes sense. I mean, there was definitely a lot of talk that at the time it happened, that it was likely pressure from the publisher to release Ready or Not. Burning Sun. I'm sure Starfield will be a wonderful game in a year or two. Who knows? Like, it is Starfield as well as ones I don't know what we're going to get. Because Bethesda's notorious for absolutely, like, the release of their games being buggy, horrible messes that they spit polish just enough to get people to stop crying about it and then leave it to the mods to fix it. That's Bethesda's reputation. Um, but this is one of the first games Bethesda is releasing under Microsoft. And instead of Bethesda using its own in-house testers, it used Microsoft's testers. And Bethesda sounded like they were going to roll out Starfield like almost a year ago, and they're like really going that way, and then just suddenly there's a pivot saying, nope, it's going to be like a whole extra year. So my assumption of what happened was the game got turned over to Microsoft testers. Bethesda was like, yep, it went through our people, it's all ready. And then Microsoft went, oh, hell no, get back to work and fix this game. And then just delayed the whole thing. Because I think Microsoft realizes, and Bethesda probably does as well, if this is another rollout that goes like Fallout 76 did on release, and like Skyrim did on release, and all that kind of thing, it's going to like really kill Bethesda's brand, more so than it already is. So I do wonder, like, if Microsoft is like really going to do that. They've also announced it's going to be their most bug-free release of all time. Who knows if that's true until we get our hands on it? But I do think this is going to be atypical of what we know of Bethesda, but in what way? So Totem saying, let's be honest, the backlash No Man's Sky had at launch, most of the devs would have walked away and killed the project. Hello Games went quiet, knuckled down. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I know there's people who argue about like, about like, game devs and it shouldn't have been that way and the kind of first thing. But I will give credit that like most projects when they don't release well, they're dead. Like they basically pull life support on that thing as fast and as hard as they possibly can. So absolutely, Hello Games does not only did they basically, in my opinion, they got the game, they released something that would be, satisfactory as a complete game. Then when it didn't make people happy because they overhyped it, they lived up to the hype a couple years later, and then look how much farther they're going. Like they keep releasing more and more stuff for free. So I would definitely say like that is like for a game company that is a redemption story. And I know some people will be like, I could never get over it, and that sure, whatever. But yeah. Burning Sun, the most bug-free release isn't saying much for them. This is true. But improvement is improvement. But yeah. For instance, don't get me wrong, their games are great, but still. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Skyrim is an excellent game. Imagining a Skyrim that released, but like was actually properly polished. Like, just picture that world for just a moment. Where Skyrim released, it wasn't janky as heck in like game-breaking bugs kind of way. It just worked. To steal their own slogan for Fallout 76. It just worked and was a holistic and complete experience. But picture the lack of memes. But that's the beauty, is you never knew those memes existed in the first place. So you don't miss what you didn't have. All right, well, I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that and I'll be right back. And then we'll get back to playing some games. So I'll be back here in just a minute.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Oh. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Oh. Yep, let's take a minor detour. It's making a bunch of things that aren't your normal stressors into your stressors. And all that, so that's been interesting. The thing that has been an issue, and it isn't even like the no loot run thing, is I've just been getting bullied around by the zombies a whole bunch. Alright, let's avoid eating more. Let's just stay hungry. So you get the, because they should have a bonus. That's interesting. That's weird. There's a bonus here somewhere. For being. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. All right. And we are back. Sorry, I seemed a little off. Like, had some more soup and just like instantly had like something's not agreeing. So we'll see how that goes. Where's my music? Yo, there you go. I just had to call it out. But thank you. Yeah, no, it's yeah. So bought full price. I think was upset for a bit, but enjoyed it. Yeah, like that's definitely a thing. So. Let's see, interest in Starfield, but with it being hyped to Skyrim in space, does this mean now if you can't get into the next galaxy, you could throw a bucket, and teleport through that? Use a horse if your ship can't get over an obstacle. Yeah, I'm curious. Like that's the thing. If I can get a hold of a key for Starfield from the devs, like straight up, I'll absolutely play it on stream at some point. I think what I'll try and do, as well as like super duper hyped and all that, is I will try to I'm gonna try and play the game and do as little of the story as possible, so that way people who are trying to avoid spoilers but want to see the gameplay can try that out. That's what I think my goal is gonna be. Obviously, we're gonna hit some story right at the beginning, and that's what it is. Like, there's gonna be story we can't avoid. But I think that's what it'll do. I won't be playing it like really hard because I imagine a lot of people will. Let's go see what that is. Let's go reveal that real fast before we choose our next mission. But that's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do, and that's if they give me a key. If I have to buy it, I'm gonna hold off on it because I want to say that's $70, I believe, is what that's running. And so it's a little tough for me to justify, you know, that kind of thing. Just because, you know, streaming ain't exactly great money. And I can't buy every good game that comes out kind of thing. Now, I do figure eventually I'll buy it regardless. Not unless it, like, pops out, people are like, this is horrible, never play it, that kind of thing. Where is your entrance, man? I'm just trying to reveal this area real fast. There it is. But yeah, so I figure is like, if I have to buy it, I won't pick it up anytime soon. I'll probably wait for it to like have a good sale, see how people think of it, that kind of thing. It's fine, whatever. I'm not gonna try and figure it out. Someone says, I feel like Bethesda's track record. I'm not gonna keep pay that kind of cash for what could be a broken game in Bethesda, or not Hello Games. Oh yeah, like, Bethesda's 100%, they are only going to fix it as much as they feel like they really need to. Not unless they're, like, massively changing the way they handle their entire thing, which is possible after being acquired, but, you know, I wouldn't hold my breath. I would definitely treat it by what you get is what you get, Nothing more, nothing less. So if I'm spending my own money, I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see, like, people actually play it, reviews, that kind of thing. Let's see. There'll be no bugs to fix. We could all hope. Is this game accurate to actually backing up a trailer? Or not currently? Oh, I'm not currently hauling a trailer. I just finished a job and I'm exploring the town real fast before I take my next mission. But the game is accurate when you have the trailer, and you can get even worse. You can get like the multiple trailers with multiple pivot points, which is just an absolute nightmare to try and deal with. But yeah, no, I have no trailer right now. But yeah, no, it does a pretty good job. You can abuse it a little bit with like the physics. So like if you have like, the zigzag going, you can just shove it and potentially do a little damage to your trailer. But it's pretty limited. Like you can't just push your trailer sideways forever and it'll just work kind of things. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. I'm not able to see how to get into some of these places. Mostly because it's night and I can't see. That's what a reveal. I don't actually care about doing stuff here. Perfect. Now I can go reveal this business so we can check to see what the places across the street are. Yeah, I'll be taking our mission here in just a minute. There was a question mark on my mini-map and I wanted to take a quick peek at it. And just stop in a couple places nearby real fast. And then we'll just check to see what the next thing in the immediate area is that it can haul someplace else to make some money, and we'll go do that. Green light, come on. That's fine, merge in, get it done. Our cruise control, so we're not sitting there like speeding up into this guy's back again and again. Oh, I should check to see if my garage is full. Because I know we were getting close to that last I checked. If it is full, there's a garage I can buy right here. So I can start hiring more people, sending more others out to make me more money. If it's not full, then I don't worry about it. I'm wondering if this is going to be a dealership or a recruitment agency or whatever down here. Come on. I love that car's just going through anyways, even though it's definitely red. Also accurate depiction of people who drive on the road. Yeah, so there's a garage there, and I think this is the dealership. Cool. We can check out the garage next door. Yeah, so all the garages in the game seem to cost the same amount, at least from what we've seen. So let's see what we've got. We have our garage manager. We've got a garage in Sacramento. Camera froze. All right, I can go ahead and give the camera a quick kick here. All right, so I still have one bay left in this garage, and it can't be upgraded anymore. This garage is maxed out. So I think what we do is we buy a truck, get a person at the agency, and we get this set up. So if I remember correctly, the way we can do this is go to the world map. Oh, where was this? Truck manager. That's showing where we have all our trucks right now out and about. There, truck dealerships. So I've been buying the same truck again and again, just because, you know, it doesn't matter which, like, we're gonna customize the whole thing anyways. The custom configuration. Sleeper truck, yep. Interesting that this one's so much better. Oh, it's the 2x and the 4x4. That's fine. So we'll drop down to that one. So that gives us better heavy cargo carrying. All right. You can get the cheapest option for your drivers. I'm pretty sure it doesn't change anything with the income they create. If that's true, that's kind of a real letdown. Like, I'd want it to, like, not be a thing where it, like, deals with everything. But, I want to, like, affect their overall. So I think that's all stuff that matters, because all the rest of this is cosmetic. Except the paint. That's not optional. We have to do the paint. Okay. So deliver to the 5th bay. Then we go to recruitment agency. So click hire driver. All right. And what I've been doing is I've genuinely just been hiring like the cheapest people I can find and just letting them level up. I've really been bad about that. So welcome aboard, Richard. You're terrible. You're perfect. All right. So with that out of the way, I can't afford this garage anymore, which is fine. What we're going to do is freight market, Yuma. And the best job we've got here so far as for per mile is to Oakland. As to be towing other towing other trucks, which happens to be like literally right next to me. We definitely did not collide with that convertible. I don't know what you're talking about. It was busted when I got there. All right, so we pop right in here. Great jobs. Oakland, take the job. Let's go pick up a trailer. It wouldn't surprise me if the game did just the person has a truck, it counts. Yeah, this one can pair on just about any way I want, I believe. Okay. Some of them they're a little bit stricter about how you're lined up to pick them up. That one not so much, cause just a pad that lays down. Lock it in place, all that stuff. Oh, this is not a good angle. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone for it. Well, I have a disaster going on back there. Come on, last one, sneak around. There you go. It's fine. Clearly, when you buy your literally $100,000 truck from the dealership and all that, you don't mind it being all scuffed and dented, right? It just means it's rugged. That's all. Yeah, I'm giving it character. No one wants some lame, no character trailer. Yeah, I don't get the rules with the red lights. So I wonder if it's certain states in the game you can't write on red with a big truck. Is what I'm guessing what it is. I just don't know which states it is and isn't, because sometimes it lets me do it without penalties, sometimes it does give me a penalty. Not all states allow right on red for semis. Yeah, that's what I was figuring it is. Oh, there's some states that don't have it, period. I was unaware of that. If only we had consistent laws about how to deal with basic things like driving that were just the same federally. And other people are just like, but big old government shouldn't tell me how to do my hair and dang all whatever. It's like, no, look, man. I just want to know that if I'm told it's okay to turn right on red, it's just I want to be able to turn right on red. Or if it's not allowed, I just want to know that I don't suddenly have to worry about accidentally committing a crime because I didn't realize it's illegal because the rules change every 2 seconds. Like, I feel like there's certain things that should just be consistent no matter where you're at. Oh, right, we're in California, so now I have to lower the speed. Because trucks are locked in at 55 as the max in California. Wifey. I figured it was about time you're gonna head downstairs.
Yeah, I should have gone earlier, but I don't know, I didn't.
Yeah.
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 It's okay.
Husband.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
I love you more.
No, but I love you. It's the most important thing for you to know.
Okay, I know.
Okay.
And you're gonna see all the nummies I put on the shopping list.
I haven't looked at the list yet, so I don't know what you've added. I'm doing a. If you didn't catch that, I'm doing a store run tomorrow because we really need to. The drinks are getting slim around here.
That's a hurricane's coming.
Yeah, and well, I mean, even then we're so far inland, but yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, it's probably gonna start being a zoo at the stores. Usually about 3 days out from a hurricane's arrival, the stores become every man, woman, and child for themselves kind of situation. I mean, I don't think it matters what you drive. Some common sense in regards to other lives. Yeah. I think this game cares because it punishes you when you cross the red light line. It doesn't know if you're turning or not. Yeah. It could easily be mechanics of the game too. Man, there's certain stuff I wish that were just like universal. Like the rules around where you're supposed to ride a bicycle on the road change on where you're at. Unless a state specifically specifies otherwise, you're supposed to ride on the, I believe it's the inner third of the lane if there's not enough space for a vehicle to pass you, like, without getting too close. And too close being, like, I think it's like 5 or 6 feet. That basically, unless you can have, like, a 5 or 6 foot space between you and a vehicle when it passes you on the road, you're supposed to ride on the inner third to dissuade people from trying to unsafely pass you. Now, most of the time, people are going to scream at you and yell and honk their horn and do all sorts of awful things if you do that. But that is what the rules are. Now, I suspect a bunch of states have their own rules around that. And that's the only frustrating thing is, like, you go from one state to the other and you're just trying to obey the laws. And they change everywhere. And it's just kind of frustrating. Like, and then you get, like, when you go to, like, a completely different country and all that, yeah, whatever. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that you kinda wish it was, like, a little bit more, you know, countrywide consistent. There was a trick going full speed and holding the brake right before crossing the red light. Oh, so, like, the game thinks you're stopping kind of thing. Yeah, I know I've had it where I've been holding the brake and I still get the ticket, so they may have patched that out. It may still be a thing, or it might be certain conditions. But yeah. Now it's all those little things that are frustrating to deal with. That's like, oh well, every state should be allowed to have their own rights. Like, right, also I get that. But for me, if I'm driving 30 minutes, I shouldn't have 2 different rule sets I have to deal with. That if I happen to be by the border, that I have to be like entirely 2 different playbooks that I have to keep in mind. Now, how you do like your zoning and all that everywhere, sure, every place should have their own, like, do what you want kind of thing. But like, I feel like if I have a road that crosses through, the rules should be consistent on that road from one end to the other, regardless of how many states it goes through. At least for, like, the typical driver. Commercial driver, sure. You know, you're going to have all sorts of licensing, but absolutely, I get that. That's fine. Now, there's actually one of the things that surprises me when I travel a lot of places. Like, when I went to New Zealand, like, we were originally planning on renting a car to do one of the things. I'd rent a car for the day, go to the thing, we'd bring the car back the next day. And I wanted to make sure I was, like, legal and allowed to do that kind of thing. And just New Zealand, they're like, yeah, you know, I think it's like a full year from when you arrive that they'll accept a U.S. driver's license. As long as it's, like, not expired or whatever, it's in good standings. And that, like, that's very, very reasonable of them, but it's also very surprising to me. They're like, oh yeah, you know, that's fine. Especially considering they drive on the other side of the road than we do here. And it's just like, I'm glad you're that confident. I'm not sure I'm that confident to just cut me loose on your roads like that. But sure. Like, I don't, like, I was telling Toom, it's like, I felt reasonably comfortable driving from just, like, where we would pick up the car to the hotel, and then the hotel to our destination for the event, and then back. Because I'm like, the only stressful part's going to be in the city. Once I get out there, I just stay in the left lane. Like, that part's easy. It's just in the city, like, having to keep in mind, it's like, okay, you need to ignore all the habits you've had trained into your life this entire time. All the roads, they're mirrored. But, well, I haven't driven someplace before where you have to be in the left-hand lane. I've driven tons, and I played plenty of games where I have to, you know, stay in the left-hand lane and all that. That's like, okay, I can mentally put myself where I need to be, and just, I'll have to be very careful and very mindful, like, drive defensively, all that stuff. Like, not get lax with it, because that's when you fall into your existing habits, which would go counter to what I need to do. But it's just one day, so it wasn't a big deal. It didn't happen, though. We ended up getting COVID while we were there, so the one thing, like, we only missed one of the things we wanted to do, and that was the thing that would have required me to rent the car and do all that. Like, everything else we had already done, so, you know, it's kind of a moot point. Well, it's not true. We had already done everything but going into the Auckland Tower. But, you know, since we were basically isolating in our hotel in Auckland while we had COVID and all that, you know, we started to feel better, no longer symptomatic, all that kind of stuff. Then we did the Auckland Tower while we were once we had been feeling better for a couple of days. Because that had been the only thing we had missed. We had already gone to the Hobbiton. We had already done our convention, which is where we most likely got it. Or it's either we got the convention or the airport, or like on the plane. And considering how many people had gotten sick at the convention, it was probably the convention. It's pretty typical you get sick from conventions. Enoch says, when I went to the UK and had to drive on the left side, it was really easy to adjust to. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, some of the people I had been talking to were like really worried about. I was like, no. Like, it's one of those things I feel like you have to be very conscious of when you first start doing it. They're like, you need to keep in mind, like, everything's reversed. But I feel like it's one of those ones you do it like 15, 20, 30 minutes, and you start to like kind of get in the feeling of it. Shifting gears with the left hand was not difficult either. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. But that said, I didn't like, we hadn't rented the car yet, so I don't know what we've gotten. I would have gotten an automatic. Like, I used to drive stick. Like, all of my early cars were stick. I really enjoyed driving stick. But this day and age, like, you drive stick for fun, not for practicality. Like, automatics have gotten to the point that knowing what you're going to be doing in the future, it's just so much more efficient at shifting. It'll outperform you. The machines have won that battle. I do know when I first started driving that wasn't true. That if... let's correct this. If you drive stick with the considerations of efficiency, you could get better gas mileage than the automatic. But let's be real here. Let's be honest. Let's all gather around and be honest with ourselves for just a moment, for those who drove stick and use that excuse. Did you drive it efficiently? Or were you driving for fun and not getting the gas mileage you should have gotten? Because cargo zoom. We don't like convenience here. Yeah. Because cargo zoom. You pulled up that light, revved a couple of times here and there, you know, burning that gas with literally just letting that output just spin a gear that had nothing connected to it. Sure, it's not a lot of gas, but all of that defeats the "but I was gonna get better gas mileage" argument. Because it wasn't even that much either. It was like If you really, really, really min-max it, maybe you could get 10%. But that's me being very generous. Realistically, like 2-3%. And again, that's assuming you drove from the beginning with fuel efficiency as your mission. Which no one did. They maybe did it once in a while when... The only times you did that is when you're sitting there, you're in the middle of nowhere, and you look down and you go, oh crap, I wasn't keeping an eye on my gas. I don't think there's a gas station nearby. And you start doing the thing where you turn off your AC, and you're driving, like, trying to keep your speed as constant as possible to, like, not slow down or speed up at all unless you absolutely don't have a choice. If you had your windows down, you're rolling them up to make your car more aerodynamic, just, like, doing everything you can to just bleed that last, mile out going, oh god, I really hope I get to the gas station. I have never run out of gas, like, just on the road or anything. There have definitely been some times I went, I done effed up, I'm not making it to the gas station. And managed to just barely... I've had the car run out of gas at the pump once, which was fun. But I've never run out, like, just on the road and gone, oh crap. Granted, we had the, I thought I had at one point, my parents owned this giant Econoline van. And the big old Econoline vans had 2 tanks to them, like 2 tanks of gas, a front and a back. And there was a switch to switch between the tanks. And the gas gauge on their van hasn't worked in forever. Like, there are legal adults who can drink who are younger than since that stupid gas gauge didn't work. That's probably being unfair. It's probably not accurate, but it's like we're talking that kind of time frame. And so I was driving that. I don't remember what it was, like, I was hauling something in it. And, we had, like, a thing where it's like you fill up the extra tank, like, you always keep the extra tank full, like, that's just the rules. So I had picked it up, assuming that was true. And I'm driving along, and it starts, like, slowing down, all this, like, oh crap, like, the tank's out of gas. No worries, we always keep the other one full. So, I flip the switch, expected to kick back in, and it's slowing down, and it's slowing down, and it's slowing down, like, oh crap. Did someone leave the other tank empty? So I start pulling off the road. And then, like, it surges forward because, like, the gas finally gets there. And so I pull back to the road, and instantly red and blue lights turn on behind me. And so I pull off. Cop's like, hey, like, everything all right? You've been drinking or anything? It's like, no. It's like, I know what that looked like I was falling asleep at the wheel and came back on real fast. It's like, this vehicle has 2 tanks of gas. I switched the tanks. It didn't seem like there's any gas in the second tank. So I was getting off the road scared as done, and, it went. It's like, it just kind of gave me a hard time about it and let me go. But, because to him, I totally must have looked like a drunk driver just falling asleep at the wheel kind of thing. But yeah, I was, like, really upset when it was happening. I was like, oh man, I'm nowhere near anything. This thing's out of gas. I hated driving that van. Like, it wasn't my, like, daily driver. It's just when I needed to move stuff, that was the truck that the family had. I've been there. Running on fumes, barely made it to the station. Yeah, like, pulled up, was just starting to tap the brake, and just the engine goes because it just, like, out of gas. Just couldn't do another revolution. To be young and not have enough money to keep the gas tank topped off at any stretch of the imagination, i.e. all of college. In Europe, the automatic transmission option is always more expensive. I think now the price is pretty much the same. That's become more common. Yeah, that's true in the US as well. That automatic transmissions are almost always more than manual. I think they're very close now. But yeah. I did that with an alternator once. Completely went out about a block from the shop and drifted in the parking lot. Yeah, that's the only time I've had like the drift up to my destination was just running out of gas, like I had already done the turn and it's just starting to slow down. The car stalled while I was still like moving forward to the pump. I only did that once. Usually I'm pretty good about keeping an eye on my gas. I mean, nowadays I don't even have to worry about my car. Like, I get to a quarter tank of gas, it's like, boom. Every time you start the car, it's like, yo, you need to get your gas, man. Just that little beep every time. So, it makes it easy to not have to think about it. You just see that little indicator come on, you're like, oh, time to go get my gas. Cool. I've done my car is stranded, not recommended, but definitely you can sometimes get away with an alternator fix, where, for those who don't know, and you do not want to rely on this, it can hurt your car. When your alternator is starting to fail, like, you know, you've got a bunch of miles on it, it's wearing out, and you're on the side of the road. You're going, crap. You can sometimes breathe a little bit more life out of your alternator. We're talking like 1-2 more trips at the most. Do not push this. It's bad for you. Like, it can short out is the problem, and it can cause problems. You can take your alternator, and if you happen to have a nice umbrella that's got a good length to it, and you give it a good whack once or twice, you can sometimes get it loosened up just enough to get one more drive out of it. I've gotten it started, we're going to the dealership, there isn't a third stop drive. I've done that one before. You don't want to rely on that, because like I said, you're knocking stuff around in there. You know, it's worn out. So it's one of those things you do as I'm just trying to get there. Like, that's just my goal. Because if you keep doing it, you can have risks of like it shorting out, starting fires, that kind of thing. But, and like it's anything that you can give it a good shove, because usually the alternator's down out of the way, so you can't just like get to it easy. But if you have like an umbrella in your trunk, or I don't know, a long screwdriver or a wrench or whatever, you can give it a knock and it'll loosen up to sometimes get. Not always. What's going on? Not a whole lot. We're shipping semis. Well, we're shipping the front of a semi, the truck part of the semi, to I don't even know. Oh, it was somewhere in California. We were there earlier. Northern California. I don't remember where. We're delivering semis. Truck's trying pretty hard to get up this hill. I've got the cruise control set to 55, and we're sitting pretty solidly at 30. It's the same thing of like when you have a battery dying in your car, like you're you know, at home and you jump it. You don't go home. You take your car to the dealership or wherever you get your batteries from, the auto parts store or whatever. You know, because you may not be getting that next jump. You get that crap where it needs to go, just in case you don't get a second round. I've had buddies who do that. It's like, I'll just jump it again in the morning, and then it doesn't jump in the morning. You go, well, what are you gonna do now? Guess you're calling a tow truck. Do you think your next car will be full electric? I would love for it to be full electric. That would be my plan, is to get a battery electric car, a BEV. I don't know which one I would get, but I do think that's what I want to do next. Like, I was really trying to make an electric car happen when I got my current car, but that was like 10 years ago, and they weren't quite there yet. Like, there's only like 1 or 2 options you get, and they had some real big limitations. These days, though, you know, for a daily use car, they, are perfectly fine. Because I like the idea of not having to replace an air filter, or an oil filter, or a gas filter, or an alternator, or change my oil, or deal with all the other crap that comes with a combustion engine. And instead I have lubrication, battery, motors. That's the, well, I mean, guess you have transmission, sort of. It's a much simpler transmission, but you have just those handful of things. and that's it for the operating of the car. I mean, there's the computer, but both of them have that. Because then the only consequence of gas versus electric with that kind of thing is gas, you get kind of like constant little punches of, you know, up, do your air filter, up, do your oil filter, up, time to do an oil change, up, you know, time to do this minor maintenance, up, time to, you know, do that. Like all those like little knocks you get here and there for 100 there, 200 there, that kind of thing. And instead with the electric cars, you get almost none of that maintenance. But 100,000 miles down the road, you get slapped for like $7,000-8,000 or so, depending on what car you get, when you got to replace that battery. So it's cheaper to get the electric car, but you got to be better about budgeting with the electric car, because you're going to get hit real hard all at once when that battery starts to go. That said, usually what happens with those batteries is they don't just battery good, battery dead. They usually start getting less and less charge until it's basically not usable anymore. So at least you do get a little bit of warning typically that you're like, oh man, my car used to get 300 miles to the charge, or 200 or whatever. Oh, now it's only getting like 100, 150. Yeah, it's, you know, this battery's getting close. That said, I don't know what electric car I'd get now. I used to be all excited about Tesla because I liked the way they ran them, and then, you know, then there's the CEO, and I want to not support that man even tangentially. The Nissan Leaf looked pretty good the last I looked, which is again going back like 8 years. That looked pretty good. I don't know. I'd have to catch up with what Even's offering. I haven't even looked car shopping in almost 10 years. That said, I know I'm probably not super far from that point, because the car I have right now is on borrowed time. Like, it's running perfectly fine now. It's just the model I got, unfortunately, the transmission has a design problem. And so there's no taking into the shop and getting it fixed. Like, it's the transmission for that model. The only thing I can do is take the flawed design transmission and swap it for the flawed design transmission when it wears out. So, that be what it be. When the transmission gives up, it gives up, and it'll be new car time. That said, it's gonna have over 100,000 miles and some change by then anyway, so not like I haven't gotten miles out of it. It also, the same model car also had its door latches had a recall on them, and I had 2 of them fail on me. That the door latch would get locked open, that it would just like stick and not close, like latch again. So you close the door, and then the door would just fall open again. You're like, what? And it was like just the latch was seized, and outside of taking apart the latch like down to its guts and fixing it that way, you couldn't re-engage the latch. So I definitely know I had the situation where, like, I took a bunch of bungee cords and hooked one door to the other to hold the door closed and drive to the dealership and be like, hey, I got a problem. You know that thing you said that you're going to get the latches in so you can replace my latches for this recall? You're going to need to do that now, because my door don't close. I love cars, but for a daily driver, it's nice to be quiet and comfortable. Yeah. Alright, so we gotta go in for our weighing and inspection. Toom was not feeling good about when I had to do that with the car. She also felt terrible because she was the one who closed the door when it failed. And so she kept apologizing, like, it's a defect. Like, they literally said, hey, we're gonna get these parts in the next week or so, and then you're gonna need to take your car in because these doors have a problem where the latch gets stuck, and then there's nothing you can do on your end, really. and it just so happened a week before they showed up, she went to like wasn't even like the front doors, it was the back door. Like she had been in there and she had put something in the back and went to get it out, went to close the door, and it just went bonk and just came back open. But as I said, I had 2 of those doors fail. I had that one. They only had 1 latch on hand, so they fixed that door. And they said, all right, we'll do the rest. Or I think maybe they did 2. They didn't do all of them. That's the point. And I said, all right, well, we're going to get more of these in, and we'll call you back in to get the other one. And then, like, the other one failed. I don't even remember what happened. It just failed, and, you know, someone closed it. Same deal. I had to drive to the dealership with a door that wouldn't stay closed. I had to, like, bungee it, cord it all up, so just try and give it some leverage to keep it from swinging open every time you slow down or turn. That car was not one of my best buys. Like, the gas mileage has been great, like, I'm not super upset, but there's just been so many design problems. And, like, I won't say the specifics, it's a Ford. I don't think I'll be buying another Ford again in the future. Not unless the price is, like, super right. That said, if you like Fords, don't let me ruin it. I've had one that's been nothing but bad news with all that. Fix or repair daily? You mean, do I maintain it? Yes. Like, to give you an idea, I'm no slouch with mechanic work. My first car was a '87 Honda Civic that had rear-ended a school bus at speed. When I bought it, it was 3 different colors on the front end, a spray paint gold hood with a blue like sky blue trim there, and it was that. Oh, Ford, fix or repair daily. I have not heard that acronym. I didn't catch up that was an acronym. Yeah, no, I was like, wait, are you asking if I maintain my car? I mean, don't get me wrong, I know a lot of people who don't. It's just kind of a weird question, was all. I see, it's an acronym. My apologies. That was, oh, was it? Harley Davidson has one of those, not like a full-on acronym kind of thing. Yeah, but like Harley Davidson's another one of those. If you get like a classic Harley, you better really like doing your mechanic work, cause they're just constantly repaired. Well, some Ford is all people can afford. Yep. Okay, so I think, yeah, that's the thing. Like that's, I don't know if it's like still the same thing. I know there's like this bitter rivalry between truck owners, between Chevy and Ford. That like, there are people who will swear by either of them. Like, we're talking the drivers of these vehicles. Like, obviously, the industry, there's competition there. But, like, the drivers of these vehicles being the ones who are, like, you know, whining and complaining and, you know, saying, you know, the other one's is terrible, this one's terrible, you know, that one's awful, why would you ever drive that? You know, like that nonsense. The classic. They're not the most comfortable car in the world in interior and handling. Oh, yeah, the Toyota trucks. The borderline indestructible Toyota trucks. Yeah, now the vehicles I've owned is a Honda, which, like I said, when I bought it was an absolute piece of junk, not because it was a Honda, but because the driver, or the person who owned it before me, took a perfectly good car and turned it into a piece of junk with how they utilized it. If you catch my meaning. I owned a Mazda. I was very happy with the Mazda. That's definitely been my favorite car so far. And then I've owned a Ford, which is definitely... So, if the Honda was new, because my wife has a similar car to what I had, but like a newer year and not horribly destroyed by a previous owner. I would definitely say I liked the Mazda the most. The Honda would have been second. The Ford would have been like a long behind third. And it's not even that the car's bad in the sense of like not comfortable to sit in or gas mileage or whatever. It's just there's so many things I've run into it that I'm like, this was designed dumbly. Like it's a hatchback, but you can't really use the hatchback part that well because they have like the fire shielding just the way they've designed it. It makes like a little hole between the back part of the hatchback and the front. So it's like why would you design it that way? All you had to do is just not do your fire shielding this precise, specific, individual way, and you'd be good. The back seats have tons of space for putting stuff in. Again, hatchback, but the doors only open like just a little bit of an angle, so you can't get anything in your vehicle because the doors don't open far enough. And they're like weirdly they don't open far enough versus a lot of other ones. And just so many little things like that. And then the transmission problem, the door latches defect issue. I've had like 8 or 9 recalls on that vehicle already that I've had to take it in for. Oh yeah, sometimes this catches fire. So bring that in there so that doesn't happen. All right, I'll bring it in there to get that replaced. You know, and they cover it like when it's that kind of thing, you know, that type of deal, it's just covered automatically. Just, hey, when you bring it in for your next oil change, that'll get lumped in. It's just going to take more time. Cool. Like, the Mazda had no problems with no recalls or anything. Drove that till it started getting way up there in miles that the transmission was getting pretty worn. And then my situation was changing, and that was only a 2-seater, so I was like, alright, it's a 2-seater with basically no trunk. Okay. I have to, or at least in my head, I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to be more responsible, get like a more reasonable vehicle for practicality purposes. You know, it's up here in miles. Let's go ahead and trade it in. And then the Honda, it had over 100,000 miles when I bought it. It had almost 300,000 miles when I sold it. That if someone would have given me a torch to burn that car and it would have been okay or whatever, I may have torched that car. I was so past done with that car. It never left me stranded, which is amazing. But it was a piece of junk. I had to hold it in first and third gear. If I let off the stick, it would kick back out of gear. Safe. Not safe. Don't do that. I had to rebuild the transmission. I had to rebuild the engine. I had to rebuild the front of the car because the person didn't know what they're doing, so we got rid of their hack job of putting the front together, go to the junkyard, cut the front off another Honda, and weld it all up and do all that. It's better than hot fixing it on the side of the road. Yeah. I definitely had a number of times I had to limp it home, to be clear. Like, there's definitely times where it was really not looking like it was going to make it home. Between just something going wrong and overheating and stuff like that, and then, you know, you get home and you'd be able to troubleshoot and get it all fixed up and whatever. But I was constantly fixing stuff in that car. Which is what you expect when you get a car that's got well over 100,000 miles on it. Every other part of that car is on its last limb. Like, that's going to be the painful thing. I don't know what's going to happen. It's probably still going to be a couple years out. That's going to be the painful thing for Tomb and my with the budget is going to be her car is getting up there in miles, and I've been laying the hint saying, hey, just be aware, like, cars don't last forever. I know this is like your baby and all that, but like, cars don't last forever. There's going to come a point where you're going to start paying a whole lot of money on repairs that it's eventually going to become very impractical. And then mine, I know I have like basically a ticking time bomb of a transmission, and mine's also got decent miles on. Not too bad. It's not way up there. It's not like I'm pushing my luck trying to keep it on the road kind of miles. But it's definitely not long from starting the repair treadmill. So both of those are going to probably happen our luck, it'll probably happen like literally one after the other, but probably in a short window. Hopefully not for a while. Nothing is immediately looking like it's going to explode. That was the ACs a couple years ago. Where one AC failed, and it immediately made the other AC fail. Because the one AC was like not working at all, and the other one is trying to do double duty, and it's just like, nope, I'm like a 20-year-old AC unit. I am done. I am out. I quit. That was a rough year. ACs aren't cheap. That's been one of the lessons. For people who aren't homeowners, just know homes are money pits. These things eat your cash. It's what they do. They're not boat bad, but they're pretty bad. That you're like, okay, everything's fine. Oh, no, you have this plumbing problem. Well, that's gonna cost you a couple $100. All right, well, a couple $100, it's not that bad. Oh, your water heater, well, that's $1,000-some. All right, that's no good. Oh yeah, your roof needs to be swapped. Well, crap. Because like your roof's getting all shredded up and all that. At least insurance covered the roof. I shouldn't whine too much. Like with the insurance, the roof was not a big deal, considering it got blasted by a hurricane. But it's like all these like little nitpicky things, like $20 there, $100 there, $50 here, $30 there, and you get the occasional one that slaps you for $1,000 all at once, and it just never stops. Most of the time, the way you save money is by ignoring a problem. You're like, I can live with this being broken. It's like, how bad is this? Can I ignore it? Okay, we're ignoring it. Our master bathroom, when we moved to the house, there's water damage on the bottom of the cabinet. And the flooring in that bathroom needs to go. Like, it's laminate, it's all peeled up. It looks terrible. And so it, like, really needs to go, because it really makes the whole thing look like it's just not taken care of. But, like, the glue's long since gone, the laminate's faded. It just wasn't taken care of. And then it's one of those things that I know the moment I touch that laminate, if I pull up that laminate, the moment that process begins, those cabinets are being replaced because they're water damaged, and I'm not going to do all that work and tear everything out of that room and then leave another broken thing. And if I do that, then the mirror's got to come down, so that's going to be a whole thing, because all the trim on the mirrors, like, you know how the silver on mirrors could sometimes, like, get eaten away at the edges? Like, that was that way when we moved in, so that'd be another thing. And by the time you realize, you go, wait a second, when did I completely refurbish and build an entirely new bathroom? How did this happen? So instead, I'm taking the process of, you know, that laminate looks terrible, but it still works, so, you know, it can keep looking terrible, I guess. It's a master bathroom. If someone's coming in here, I'm gonna tell them to, like, you know, get the hell out of my bathroom. Unless they're the plumber or something, at which point, you know, they've got business being there. And our cabinets in our kitchen also had water damage when we moved in. It's all like people leaving the sink on or the sink leaking kind of thing, that someone let it go too long, it got damaged. You know, it says, every time I fix something around the house, I discover 2 more things. Yep. The moment you start working, I'm guessing this lot is where I want it. That's like weird position for that flag. Like the moment you start repairing anything of any significance in one room, you're repairing, like you're doing a massive overhaul of that room. Like ask any homeowner who's had a house for a while. It always snowballs. Because one of those things, it's so disruptive to work on that stuff that if you're going to live through the disruption, you're going to get what you can done when you can. I don't care. It's like, I'm not straightening that out. Hey, company collector. I'm one off of getting an achievement for seeing enough companies. Cool. Alright. So, we can level up again. So like the fuel thing, I'm not that worried about. Like you can save a lot of gas. Like saving a third of your gas is really good. But hear me out. Getting paid more, that's the ticket. Because you straight up just get more money. And like, sure, you fill up and it costs you a couple $100 or whatever. Oh, sometimes $1,000 in this game. But you turn around and all right, so let's see. Freight market. We are in Oakland. Ooh, there's a payday. How terribly long a route are you? Yeah, you're awful. Let's do it. $105 per mile. And the next closest is 53. Yep. Yep. Oh, sorry. I know I just delivered those trucks and I just slammed into them. No take backsies. I'm already paid. Already got paid. Check is cleared. Hey, you struck me. That was you, man. I was in my lane. Probably not, but we'll pretend. Brand new trucks too. Now they have to take all the way back to the dealership to fix them. So what you're saying is, we've got ourselves a racket. I deliver the trucks, someone goes by, and does a little damage on them, and I'll be like, oh man, I just noticed all those trucks out there are all damaged. Guess I'll have to go take those back to get those fixed up, won't we? Don't take them out the trailer, I got it. Bill will be in the mail. Congratulations, you just created jobs. I know, right? I'm such an entrepreneur. Look at me, I'm helping the economy. I mean, weirdly, that actually would help the economy, but probably not in the most holistic way. For being, oh, I must be in the outskirts of Oakland. I was like, for being in Oakland, the fact that this is a 55-mile drive to pick up my incredible payday vehicle, because straight up getting like $100-something per mile for delivering something in this game is pretty absurdly high. I'm wondering if it's a just-in-time delivery, because those ones give you very little time to deliver. Like, you gotta be willing to be flexible about, you know, sleeping fines and that kind of thing to make those deliveries on time. Or you just deliver them late and get most of your money anyways and don't worry about it. That's what I usually do. I have no idea what city I'm in anymore. Is this Oakland? I don't know. The fact that saying, oh, you know what I bet you it is? We're in the outskirts of Oakland on one side, passing through the city, and then going to the other side and picking up the payload. That's what it is. That's why it's so far away. So we're like, we're not far out of Oakland. Like we're 20 miles out of Oakland. Oakland's like 10 miles or whatever in size. I don't know. And then like it's 20 miles out the other side kind of thing. The whole thing is just one big sprawling city anyways. Yeah, that's my understanding of stuff like Oakland and LA is it's like in Central Florida, like the entire like middle of Central Florida is like the Orlando metro area, where it's just like the whole thing is this one big city. That's kind of like, well, that part that's nicer, well, that's this city, and this part over here that's a little rougher, that's that city. But it's kind of just one city. They just kind of like bled and melded into each other as they grew. I keep trying to read the truck in front of me as Namco instead of Namik. Like the I doesn't fit, but the NAM and then like the Q looking very O-like. Just my eye is like filling in the C instead of the I. For those who don't know who Namco is, because I'm not sure if that's like a US thing or not, Namco was a very popular arcade chain back in like the 90s, when arcades were still relevant. And don't give me the stink eye, man. He's like, what you think you're doing on this land? Business. Long Wharf. Cool. You want me to go speeds that are slower than my cruise control allows? Look, man. We're gonna have to talk about this. We get back here, it's like some secret government facility or something. That's the reason it's paying so much. It's like, don't ask what the payload is. This is what it says in your paperwork, but don't ask what it is. No questions. Don't look under the tarp. Also, be real careful about driving on too many bumps. What on earth does the projector mean? Viewpoint. Oh, it's the Richmond Bridge. Cool. I have no idea where the Richmond Bridge is. Or anything about the Richmond Bridge. But apparently, this must be some, like, interesting bridge or something. It's right next to Richmond? Excellent. That tracks. Which is right next to Oakland? Cool. Are you gonna give me stink eye? I'm literally coming here to pick up your goods. I can't tell if you give me stink eye. He's probably giving me stink eye. Alright. Give me my payday. 105 per mile. Money. It's practically already mine. Money. You look like you're heavy. Let's not slam into the wall right before we start. That is a real weird pointing down icon. I've only now noticed it. That's like a little slinky thing. I mean, it's cool. It works. I have like no complaints about it. Just like look, it's like, oh, that's a choice. That's the radio button. All right. Oh, I see. So I got credit for that. So next time I cross the Golden Gate Bridge, where I was memeing about stopping and taking a picture, We actually need to stop and take a picture. Like, I actually have to go to the icon, turn off my engine, and hit enter so we take a picture. Absolutely. Oh my god, what? Can I even get the cruise control to go that slow? No. I don't, give me a speeding ticket, I don't care. Yeah, try to take a selfie, it's fine. That's basically what it feels like. It's like, the game is like, this behavior people are trying to prevent. But also, if you want the achievements, you have to do it. I hope there's just an achievement, it's like, don't do this. Just like, this thing you're doing right now in the game that we're forcing you to do, don't. It's disruptive and it's disrespectful. Go off to the shore where there's a little areas off to the left and the right, park your car, walk back across the bridge, then take your picture. Okay. Oh, and for those who don't know, when you hire like the really crappy drivers do level up. I don't know, like, it probably is more reasonable to pay for a better driver. Like, I don't know the mechanics around, like, if I hire a driver at like a terrible, like, super low rate because they're awful at the job, and then I train them up to amazing, if there's like a point where they go, hey, give me more money, or just they naturally get a raise kind of thing. I don't know how this game works with that. Games will have different ways they handle that type of situation. Like, Let's School, for example, as you train the teachers, eventually the teachers come around and they go, hey, I think I've earned better, like, pay now because, like, you hired me at this lower skill rate, and then, you know, we max this out. Give me more money. And if you don't, then they quit. Well, they eventually quit. They slowly become dissatisfied, and then they quit. You think they naturally make more? That'd be fair. Because, I mean, really when it comes down to what the drivers are in this game, it's just passive income. You give them a truck, you stick them in it, and go off into the sunset. Bring me money. Okay. I kind of wish for the icon for your sleep that there was a little bit easier to spot, because I find I don't really notice when I'm low on sleep until it gets across like the middle part of it, where like the bottom of the bed is. Like the blue doesn't stand out enough for me. So I kind of wish there'd be like a number there, like, you know, something out of 100 or percent or whatever. It'd be great if you occasionally pass your own shipping company trucks on the road and got double charged for running into them. Just, you see the other person, you just clip them and you get 2 fines. Hey, it's University Avenue. It's not as cool as University Boulevard. And University Street is just right out. I'm going slightly under the speed limit. What am I doing? It's possible to meet your drivers on the road in the previous games. Yeah, my understanding is it's you can still see your drivers. Like they show them on the map. So my assumption is if I were to just pick one of those points and then drive to it, eventually, you know, I would see them. I don't know what you're doing. Oh, you're turning. That's fair. I didn't see the blinker. But I got places to be, friend. And we're driving at the premium hours. These are the hours when no one's on the road, so you have no traffic, and you go. No one wants to traffic. Alright, I was gonna try and, like, just drive straight and pour my drink, but then I'm hearing how much this bottle is hissing, and going, you know what? This might not be the bottle to do that with. That might be how I get soda all over me. Haha, no traffic in that area. So, I find it interesting. There's a couple roads out there. They're like notoriously bad during the day, but there are hours like 2, 3 in the morning kind of thing that they still have cars on them kind of thing. It's not like there's no one there, but you're not getting stuck in traffic jam outside like a bad accident or whatever. But that's you got to be willing to commit to drive at like the most ludicrous hours of the day and night to just try and get away from the traffic. Or a game night. Oof. Yeah. I know that feeling. I used to have an office in downtown Orlando where my route home I had to go right past the Amway Center, which is the big place they do all the games. And like not even a block away is the place, I can't remember what they call it, but it's a big theater that they do like, you know, big Broadway plays at, like, you know, when Wicked or whatever shows up. Or Wicked shows up and all that goes there. And if you weren't keeping your eye on it, like if you snuck out early, you know, like, so it's like a normal work day and you snuck out at like 4:30 if you're really pushing your luck, you could manage to get around the worst. You could still hit traffic, but if you waited to after that, nope. Even with as many ways as are out of that city, all of them, nope. Don't expect to get very far very fast. You might as well just have a night in town because you're not going anywhere. I got caught with that once or twice, and I was... The one time it was like, oh, I realized it's a game and you saw bad traffic. It's like, yeah, okay. A bunch of us in the office, we're just all gonna go to like one of the I don't remember the name. It was like it was a bar. It was a bar that served food. I don't remember what the name is. It's a franchise. It's like World of Beer or something like that. I don't think it's World of Beer, but it's like one of those. So we did that and just did that for a couple of hours so the game was past and people were out of town and like we're leaving town, and then we headed out. And then there's another time it's like, nah, I gotta get home. And oh my god, it's like a 3-4 hour drive for what was normally like 30 minutes or something. I was so past frustrated when I got home. Like, no accidents either, it was just traffic. That was similar to that. I had a buddy who worked, not the same place I did, but, you know, just a couple blocks away. And we lived in the same relative area that we were driving to. And I won't say the roads or anything, because that, you know, getting too far into dox yourself territory. But, like, you know, GPS, like, on your phone and all that was still relatively new tech at the time. And so what ended up happening was, you know, I put in the thing for my GPS, because I did that every time when I drove home. And it was having me go this, like, really wild, out-of-the-way road. Like, there was the straight shot road that went. There's one that goes a little out of the way. And it was having me go, like, the one that, like, you go way up over here, over, and then drop back down kind of thing. Like, just way out of the way. Like, normally I had, like, almost a full hour onto your drive. And I'm like, you know what? Got my buddy, like, all right, let me know when you leave. Let me know when you get home. It's like my GPS is having me go this wild route. I'm just really curious. I want to compare notes when this is over. So I took this long drive, no traffic really, because it's like so far out of the way, like going on this like back county road kind of thing. And got home, you know, and it added like a good 45 minutes or so onto my drive. And it was like super late that evening, and my buddy calls me and he's like, I'm still not home yet. That my understanding was, this is after the fact, my understanding was they had a billboard that went across the expressway, and it fell down across all of the lanes of the expressway, completely gridlocking the road, to the point they couldn't get the crane in to pick it back up. So they had to get the crane to go the whole way out and around, and then come back in to then try and pick it up from the other side. And so it was like basically shut down one of the main roads for the city for 6, 7, 8 hours or some nonsense. Brings us a Oakland Coliseum, which is immediately next to the Oakland Arena, which I worked in immediately behind both of them for a bit. Fortunately, I only had been there on Mondays. Still, it was bad. I had imagined. Like I said, I had to deal with the Amway, and it was like, weekends are always bad. Like leaving Friday night was always rough from that job, because Orlando was one of those places that it had a bunch of clubs down in like the main, like there's Church Street that goes left and right, or east-west, and then north-south you have Orange Avenue, and there's a bunch of clubs like right along that little elbow. So you'd have all the people who come from like all the rural and suburbia areas and all that who want to go clubbing or doing whatever, and they all drive into town to do that. Like that's Friday, Saturday night kind of stuff. I mean, there's other stuff around the area, but that's like the hot spot people go to, or went to. I don't know how it is nowadays. It's been a long time since I've been downtown. But yeah, when there was a game or something going on, which was pretty regularly, you had to like adjust your work schedule as best you could to just go, okay, so Tuesday's the game, evening game, okay, all right. So Tuesday I'm working from home. I'm working from home Tuesday, and I'll be in on Thursday instead. Because it was, fortunately, that job was about half the time was remote, and then later it went basically fully remote. And this is going way back, like before that was a whole big thing that a lot of people did. I miss that job so much. Sadly, they got acquired, and things weren't so good after that. Like that was, like we were making buku bucks, and it was just a wonderful place to work. The customers were all super happy, and then we got acquired, and it all got so corporate-y. No one could enjoy anything. The staff were nickel and dime. The customers were nickel and dime. The product was a less quality. Just straight up, right down the toilet. So the few jobs I've left that I've actually been pretty salty about. Brenton got invited to a monster truck thing. One didn't realize they had a baseball game on the other same night. I pulled off the freeway at 3 p.m. Monster truck thing starts at 6. I drove past the arena at 9 and went home and never stopped. Cops weren't directing traffic that night. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, no, if you're going to like a big event like that, I can't speak for there, but over here, if you're going to a big event, like, you know, like two big teams, like Orlando Magic versus the Lakers are playing locally, you're showing up at like noon for an evening game. Trust me. You're better off showing up super early in the day, getting yourself a nice lunch, go, I don't know, look at the historic courthouse or whatever, being in that general area, you know, just making a whole day of it and then going to the game. Because you're trying to get to the game, you're going to miss the beginning of it, if not the whole thing. All depending on how traffic is. And also depending if you're coming from north or south. North is worse. Alright, so we're going to be looking for a rest stop here not too long. Character's going to start yawning soon. And no one wants to put up with that stuff. I think that's another thing that kind of probably got me to not drive stick as much. Is when my jobs changed, because like where work was available, you know, there's a lot more work options that were paying decently and all that in the cities kind of thing, like in downtown areas and whatnot, that I was driving into town a lot more. And when that happened, constantly in traffic going, you know, first, second, third, first, second, third, first, second, first, second, first, first, second, third, first. There's just a point where like, I just don't want to do this anymore. It's not fun. It's not as bad as the motorcycle. Stop and go on the motorcycle was always frustrating. I don't have a motorcycle anymore, but I used to. Just too much maintenance. But yeah. No, that was always rough, just sitting there like constantly doing that versus like with an automatic you just let off the brake a little. Really? There we go. You know, let off the brake a little. Your car eases forward. Push on the brake a little. Alright. Ooh, look at you, Natalia. Overachiever here, pulling in $10,000 in one delivery. Also, that's a new standard. I expect all the rest of you to meet up with Natalia's efforts. She's obviously demonstrated that it is possible, so I'm going to need you all to make that. I'm specifically calling out you, Jay-Z, Mr. I couldn't find a job, so I went home and did repairs. Really? Right after almost blowing up a gas station? Hey. I literally was at a wait station. Come on. Don't be like this. I was literally at a wait station, and it's like, no, not this one. You need to pull up to the next wait station, get yourself checked. Aw, come on. They're on to me, chat. They know I picked up some extra stuff while I was sleeping there. But not really. This game does not have smuggling. Okay. I thought he overshot. I look forward to Arizona when I get to go more than 55 miles an hour. That's always a nice change of pace. All right. I'm suddenly thinking, I don't think there's a place in American Truck Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator yet like this. I'm kind of wondering what it'd be like for like, you know, looking into the future of the game, they keep expanding and develop. They get to like the Virginias, or yeah, they get to like Virginia and all that, which is really mountainous and has lots of these roads that follow the mountain. They're like little 2-lane snaking roads that are horrifying to drive on in like a regular vehicle, let alone a truck. And trucks do take those roads. And part of me is excited about the idea of potentially having that kind of thing added to the game. And part of me goes, that would be incredibly stressful. Sadly, I couldn't tell you. Oh, Highway 50, California to Nevada? I have no idea. I haven't seen any roads in the game, to be clear, that make me think that it could be that just I haven't ended up on that one. If it's in the game, that'll do it. Gotcha. Yeah, because do remember, like, Oregon has some roads that are pretty death-defying. The ones I went on in Virginia were easily the worst. I can't remember if it's Virginia or West Virginia. Probably West Virginia. It doesn't matter. But the point being that they were some ridiculously, like, windy, mountainous roads that, you know, no guardrail or anything. You just kind of look at the sign and go, yep, if I go off this, I'm dead because I'm dropping, like, you know, 200 feet down this hill, like this down this cliffside, or I'm smashing a tree while falling at speed kind of thing. And it's like, to call it a 2-lane road is being generous. I should be able to check the map. It's east of Sacramento. Alright, so Sacramento's up here. They've got 80. Is this the one you're talking about? 50? So it looks like it's only showing the Nevada part of it. Yeah, and it looks like there's a piece here. So it looks like this part of 50 is missing, which is, I'm assuming, the part you're talking about. Because judging by how windy this one is, I'm assuming this is where it would cross the mountains. Yeah. So there's weird stuff, like, you can actually see where this road, like, you might actually be able to not see it on stream that well, but you can see, like, this kind of has a dead end. When you get there, those have, like, X's, but the road keeps going. And you just can't go that route. They do that, which is just, it means they haven't, like, actually built out the road there. But you'll have tons of those here and there. Like, there's one up here. That clearly that road keeps going somewhere, but they just got rid of it. So yeah, so it looks like 50 would go through here doing its shenanigans. That's a bummer, because that would imply if they did go over here... Oh man, they actually do have a lot of the... Like, this is all DLC, all of this area now you can access, I think. I'm not sure if you can get all of the states yet. It does make me wonder about some of these states up here, because some of the states up here, there's barely people living there. Some of those states right at the northern edge have, like, super little of anything in them. There's just a couple roads that kind of just shoot across the entire state. And that's pretty much it. And, like, there'll be, like, a kind of little pockets of development here and there in them. That's what makes me curious. If they do all 50 states, I do wonder for some of those we call them flyover states. Some of those flyover states, like, are they gonna bundle those? Are those gonna be like less expensive DLC? Or are they just gonna be like, yep, we got a lot of mileage out of these wheat fields. You see nothing? Truck, don't do it. That truck struck me, you saw that, right? I was over here and it struck behind my mirror. That means it's their fault. They're gonna be full of stuff. I mean, they'll have the, what is it, the world's largest ball of yarn. A bunch of that kind of nonsense. They'll have, like, Dinosaur Park, which is just, like, a bunch of painted paper mache dinosaurs in a field. Largest ketchup bottle. Yeah, exactly. All, like, the really over-the-top tourist trap kind of things. We have, they do have Highway 50 across Nevada. You should try driving that. Gotcha. It didn't look particularly bad. It looked like whatever the road to the north of it that I already taken was about as worse as it got, but yeah. I mean, we're gonna have to drive every single road on here for the achievement at some point. We have, I don't know what the name of it is. So when you get to, like, the larger, like, the greater Orlando metro area, you know, you've got, like, all the touristy stuff. You've got Disney World, you've got Universal, you've got SeaWorld and all, like, its little parks. You've got a whole bunch of, like, you know, the Amway. You've got there's the big theater they have in downtown. They've got the smaller theater they have in downtown. There's International Drive has tons. It's flat and straight and boring, and then it's not briefly, and then it's flat and straight and boring. Okay, so you're saying it's flat and straight and boring. 2 seconds of oh wait, that's interesting, and then you go right back to it. Gotcha. But so you have like all that going on, and then if you go like to the west, so like Tampa area, you've got like Busch Gardens and all that kind of stuff. Have you driven through St. Louis yet? Don't know where that is off the top of my head. I'm East Coast, so my geography of the West Coast isn't as good. I don't have all the DLC. Like right now I'm still doing a lot of stuff here. And I have limited funds for buying games as a streamer. But so I would absolutely be down to play all them. It's kind of hard to justify when I'm like, all right, I got like 2 or 3 games I can, you know, afford to put on the budget right now. What are they gonna be? Midwest, gotcha. Yeah, I've been through St. Louis. But it's gone. Oh, right. What I was saying is, so like then there's like Tampa, and it has there's the Gaelic community over there. There's like a whole big thing that they have going on in the Tampa area. You've got Busch Gardens. You've got there's another park with Busch Gardens. I'm blanking on its name. It doesn't matter. You got a whole bunch of like theme parks and all that over there. They've got a bunch of stuff on the shore. They've got like their pristine like white sand beaches. The Gaelic community. They got all that kind of stuff going on over there. But between them, I don't know the name of the park. I'm gonna call it Dinosaur Park. I don't think that's its name. But they do have an absolute tourist trap of a park that's like literally this little building and then a bunch of like paper mache like plaster stand-up dinosaurs that all look cheaply made that you can pay admission to see. And it's one of those things you look and go, ah, I see. That's for the people who couldn't, you know, they couldn't, you know, spring for like a ticket to any of the actual tourist attractions, but you know, want to do something. I'm sure it's gotta be terrible. It's gotta be really bad. 2 months to go at some point, just to see how bad it really is. It just hasn't happened. We need to do that at some point. Should have a good laugh of that. We used to also have the Holy Land Experience, which was, I'm gonna call it a theme park, but it had like the Coliseum and it was very, very religiously heavy, is the way I will phrase it. It did not survive. The parents kept it going for as long as they could, and when they could no longer do it, and they asked the kids to take over, the kids were like, no. Just no. Absolutely not. We're auctioning everything off. We're closing this thing down. We do not want to run this theme park. Alright. I see you with your racing stripes. Go faster. Nevada had a shoe tree, which is actually labeled on the map. That's how desolate the place is. There was, it's not on, like, a regular map or anything like that. There's, in Daytona, not Daytona Beach, they're 2 different places. In Daytona, which is where, like, Bike Week and all that, when you hear about, like, that being all out of control here in Florida, Bike Week and Biketoberfest, that happens in Daytona, because that's where the racetrack is. What is the name of that place? There's a bar that's, like, it reminds you like of an Ewok village, but it's kind of a destination for a lot of bikers. And they have a tree in it that they call the Japanese Garden, where it's a whole bunch of Japanese motorcycles piled up and chained up to this tree. Most in really bad state of repair, if you catch my drift. And it's something that a lot of times if you find like tourist maps of Daytona, they'll label on there. It's a weird like art piece kind of thing, but it's also just kind of weird. The bar itself is really cool because like I'm not joking that you go like all these things are like up on these like stilted up areas that you have like the bar on what would be like the equivalent of the second or third floor of a building, but it's just a tree house kind of thing with rope bridges between them and all that. It really is a wild place. You have to really like the smell of burned rubber though, because they have a burnout pit that is used very actively. At least at the times that people are there. I'm not even sure if it stays open most of the year. I've been in that burnout pit and used that burnout pit, as I had a motorcycle when I was much younger, and it had a tire that was getting pretty in need of replacement. And then I made it in immediate need of replacement. Because there was someone there who was, you know, doing tires for motorcycles and all that at a pretty good price. I'm like, alright, well, let's see how far we can take this. And I went to the tire wasn't good anymore. I was also young and dumb. But you know, that's what you do. For those who don't know what a burnout pit is with motorcycles, you pull your motorcycle up to, it'll be like a log or a wall or something to like keep your motorcycle from being able to move forward. And then you have like the back tire, and it's usually on something durable, like material-wise, like concrete or whatever, but it'll be like smoothed out. And then the idea is you start the motorcycle, you start running it, and you get that tire spinning real hard on that while your motorcycle's not moving, and it burns out, which is putting up smoke everywhere and generally being obnoxious and all that stuff. But you know, there's a certain feeling of power behind it kind of thing. It's a show-off kind of thing. It destroys your tires. Like, absolutely destroys your tires. It's the kind of nonsense, like, if you think of, I'm not sure if people still do this, but they used to do that. They'd have, like, people would steal the trays from, like, fast food places, and then they'd go and they'd put them under their tires on their car and then spin it around. That way they would not destroy all four of their tires, just the tires that weren't on the trays. And it would just not have traction on those ones that were on the trays, and it'd spin around till the trays got destroyed kind of thing, or till it skipped off the trays. That was the thing that usually people had just gotten their cars and, you know, being young and reckless and all that, people would do that kind of thing. I never did, because the cops in our town were always catching people and getting them in lots of trouble. So, when people I knew got caught, I'm like, I can think of better ways to get myself in trouble, thank you. I always went by the mentality, it's like, if I'm gonna get something on my, like, record forever or whatever, I'm gonna do something that I feel is worth it. Like, if I'm gonna have a felony on my record, which that would not be a felony, if I was gonna get, like, a felony on my record, I'm gonna make sure it fills my bank account or something. That way when, you know, I have difficulty finding a job and all that because of this, you know, this thing hanging over my head all the time, at least I'm in good shape for it. It's like, don't get in trouble for no reason, get in trouble for a good reason. I feel like Utah's the same way with Nevada so far as being, like, very empty. You go to Utah and you got Salt Lake City. In Salt Lake City, there's, like, no bashing it. It's a very interesting place. There's a lot there. It's got this weird culture, counterculture thing where you have, like, there's, like, the center of, like, the Mormon religion is there. And then there's like a group of people who are anything that is like not in line with the Mormon religion, or kind of like the counterculture. Like some of them are very overt about it, you know, doing almost like the tick box of the things that go against it. And they have this like weird thing where it's like it's kind of a peaceful culture counterculture. It's not like they get in each other's faces and they're yelling and screaming at each other. It's like they're both living their lives. And it just works. So you've got that, and you've got the big airport there, and there's a whole lot, like, there's, like, the suburbs around, there's, like, a whole lot of nothing. You've got some, like, ski lodges and that kind of thing up in the mountains, and that's about it. And that's, I think, until you get, like, there's a road that goes out of that area towards the south end of Utah, and there's, like, nothing, like, there's little pockets of, like, little towns and all that, but there's basically nothing meaningful on there until you get, like, right near the southern border of Utah, and then there's, like, another pocket of people. Because they can't... Was it Nevada's below Utah? Is that right? I don't know why I'm looking. I can never tell these states apart. Like, all these states in the middle, I have... Like, that's Oklahoma. I only know that because I know the history of why it has this big outshoot here. The answer is racism, but... Well, actually, more specifically, the answer is slavery. But, you know, all these other middle ones, I can only figure out which ones they are by just going, I think this is Utah. I could be so wrong. It's either New Mexico or Utah. I don't know. But yeah, it's just, like, you get to those middle states, there's just very low density of population. There's not a whole thing. Should get a Pacific Northwest bundle next time it's on sale. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, for the record, of all the places I've been in the United States, I've been happiest when, like, the places that impressed me the most, I'll put it that way, the places that impressed me the most was the Northwest U.S., Oregon and Washington State. I got to check out a whole bunch of, like, the smaller areas in Oregon. I'm probably pronouncing that weird. It's fine, I do that. Like, Corvallis was really an amazing little town, little college town. Portland is a very fun and interesting place. Lot of character there. I got to go to Seattle, which is a pretty typical city, honestly. But, you know, like, Washington is a pretty cool area. Like, a lot of their you know, outside of Seattle areas are really neat. I found, for the most part, people in both states are extremely friendly, to a point that you assume they're up to no good, like, from being in Florida when someone just randomly approaches you and says, you know, it's like, checks how your day is going, if you need anything, you're like, alright, what's this person's angle? What, am I about to be mugged here? Are they about to panhandle me? Like, what is this person's motive? What is their goal? What is the reason they're randomly walking up to me? Versus over there, it was just people would walk up and they'd be like, "Hey, how you doing? You know, you doing all right? Like, it's very humid. Do you need water? Okay, cool." And then just leave you alone. You're like, okay. Let's see. Should come west, Seattle. The White Center neighborhood has the best Mexican food in the PNW. Gotcha. So I'm spoiled that I'm down here in Central Florida, so I have really good Mexican food real close. And I know people over in the California area will be like, "Oh, it's not as good." Sure, that's fine, whatever. But I can't. I think I had Mexican food in Oregon. I remember it wasn't bad. It was definitely not as good as what we get down here. It was way better than Salt Lake City. Like, it's way better than Utah. I remember a coworker I had when I was going, like, when I went to Salt Lake City for stuff. We were both there, and he's like, "Hey, let me take you the best Mexican place in town, like the most authentic." It's like, all right, cool, let's do that. It was the blandest Mexican food I've ever had in my life. It was like, it was okay, like, it was edible, but it was just like, man, have you guys heard of, like, pepper? Or, like, any type of seasoning? This thing is, like, super bland. I know you got curry and stuff around here that'll bite you in the neck, it's so spicy. Where is that spiciness? Why have you excluded it from this food? Salt Lake City actually has like really good like pho and ramen and all that. You get access to Cajun and Creole food down there. Let me some go. Yeah, we get plenty of places that do Cajun and Creole down here. I used to. It's not around anymore. When I worked downtown Orlando, there was a place who specialized in po' boys that were real good. And for those who don't know what po' boy is, that's a it's like a sub, but different bread. Usually uses like Creole. Like a lot of times they'll have Creole seasoning. It's that kind of stuff. Crawfish, all that kind of nonsense. Okra. Not really a big person for okra. It's okay. Okra can be hit and miss. And because I have a little Haitian Creole hole in the wall restaurant in my area. Has good food. Oh yeah. Had any since down in Baton Rouge. Yeah. That's one of the ones, like, some of that stuff's the stuff I get really interested in. Is like when I'm, like, if I was over in, like, Paris or something, and there was a place that says, like, hey, we're Creole food, they would have my business because I would be curious. Because of just how far away. I'd be like, okay, like, is this someone from the area who's getting, like, authentic ingredients, like, doing, like, a good job, or is this, like, someone local trying their best, which is fair. But, you know, and then you usually, like, when you take food, you do have to kind of cater it to the people in your area, which is the reason why almost everything in here in the US is sweet for no apparent reason. Because we've just, from the way we've got sugar in all of our food, you go and you get salsa, and sometimes you'll get, like, really sweet sauce. I'm like, no, that's not salsa. It's not how it works. It's supposed to be spicy. So, ironically, the best food I consistently can get in Europe cities is a kebab. I have never been to a place that didn't have good kebabs. There are certain dishes, it feels like it doesn't matter where you go, that people just get it right. Oh, Seattle doesn't do good kebabs? I know when I was in Oregon, I was able to get decent kebabs. I never tried for a kebab in Seattle, so I don't know. Whereas I know a Chinese place that has a little hole in the wall that has amazing food, but it's an hour away. Yeah, I was trying to think. Most of my hole in the wall places aren't around anymore. Like, there used to be this Mexican place, not in the city I'm in now, but the one I was in before. Like, when I say little, I'm like 6'2", so I'm not exactly a big person, but I'm not a little person. Like, I'm a fairly tall guy. And going in there, I had to kind of do this number because I was scared to death of just, like, taking out their lights because the ceiling was so low. But man, their food was good. Unfortunately, the owner got into a motorcycle accident and didn't make it. And then the wife, when they're like, hey, are you going to take over the business? She was like, no. It's like, this was his dream. I have my dream. They're not the same dream. It's like, I'm glad he did everything for the community, but no. I will be selling. Okay, so we can bypass the station. Let's see, you have this authentic Greek restaurant nearby. Haitian Creole place. They had good pizza. I think Greek places makes pizza. The places are an hour away from me. As is all fast food. Yeah, for there used to be a little French. Actually, I take that back. There is a French hole in the wall I know of. I haven't been there in years. I hope it's still open. There's like a hole in the wall in like downtown Orlando area, like a little. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Like if you're ever in Orlando, like the main part of Orlando downtown. So if you go a little bit east of downtown, there's what's called Lake Eola, which is like the big landmark for Orlando. And if you go to the east side of Lake Eola, there is a bakery. It's like Benderman's Friend Bakery or something like that. Real good French food. But it's one of those ones that, like, it just looks like just another bakery kind of thing, but they do all sorts of things that are just really good. There used to be another place that was fairly famous but did unfortunately close that was a bit south of downtown Orlando. But it was like that little hole in the wall that you'd have like all these famous people would go to. But like they made a bunch of reasons why they were closing, but knowing the people who owned it, they were tired. Both of them were in like their mid 80s to late 80s. They were tired. They've been doing that crap for 30, 40 years. They just wanted to stop. Because food services ain't exactly the most relaxing work in the world. So they're like, yeah, we're shutting down. Yada yada, economics, yada yada this. I'm like, man, I knew you people were done with this like 10 years ago. You just really liked the money. I think we have a French bakery here in like Key West. But you haven't been there in a long time. Not sure they're still open. That's what I'm right. Like most of the places that come to mind is like, you know, really good place. Like, oh yeah, there's a really good ramen place. And there's like, man, I haven't been up that way in 3 years. Who knows if that's there? Especially downtown Orlando. Nothing lasts long over there when it comes to food. Like, you'll have that handful of ones that make it. They're like staples, and everything else is just like revolving door. I don't really know why. I mean, that's not true. The problem is if you go to Orlando and you're there during the day, on not a weekend, like not on the weekend, just during a normal day, there is no one there because everyone's in their office working. So you get like this little pocket of people that come out and lunch, and otherwise it's just dead. And then you turn around on the weekends, and that kind of depends on what's happening. It can be pretty hectic. The evenings, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday evening, it's popping off. That's really like that's when everything happens. So it's really hard to be a restaurant there, where you know out of the 7 days a week, you got like 3.5 that are high traffic, and then a whole lot that just kind of. It's not quiet, but it's not enough to be making up for the cost of rent in the middle of a big city. And the Asian Creole place has been there for at least 20 years, I think. Yeah, you got, like, that's what I was talking about with that French place. They had been open for like 30-something years or whatever it was. I don't remember the amount. It was a long time, but they finally decided they were done with it. And I guess they just decided they just wanted to shut down versus sell it, which makes sense because it literally was a house that they converted into a restaurant. So I suspect if they were to try and sell it to another person, it would have to go through inspection and do all that sort of stuff. And so where it's probably been grandfathered into just about every code enforcement thing under the sun for the last 30 years, the new owners would probably have a lot of work to do to bring that thing up to code. Because that building was an old building that did not look like anyone had done any type of improvements. Not like, you know, bringing up to trends wise, but like, you know, it had like the old windows that we don't use anymore because a stiff breeze will break them. That kind of nonsense. Have you bought your own semi yet, or are you on quick jobs? Oh, I own my own semi. I also have my first garage is completely full with drivers and trucks. And we're saving up for potentially getting our second garage. And then more trucks. And then more drivers. Like, the money you make once you get established is sick. Like, how much, does anyone remember how much we're making on this one? It's $100-something a mile. And it is a really long drive that we're actually getting towards the tail end of this drive. And when I say a really long drive, it's like really long drive in the distance. But we've been at this drive, what, like a little over 30 minutes? Maybe 40 minutes? For this mission? Like the long haul drives will pay out like 30,000, 40,000 a pop. And then you like if you get them like valuable cargo leveled up, then you can get even more. So I've been finding that pretty good. You did Seattle, Washington to Tucson, Arizona earlier today. That's a heckin' haul. Like that's kind of the thing. If I could get the keys for all the DLC from the does, I would probably turn that up. I just realized I have not been going the speed limit for a while. We crossed the state line into Arizona, which means I'm no longer restricted to 55, but I didn't even notice. It's fine. I don't think we've been in Arizona very long. And if we have, we're chilling, we're vibing. Yeah, actually, I think we've been in Arizona a little while. California 55 restriction is terrible. Yeah, for video games. Like, real life, it makes sense. The amount of maintenance cost that reduces on their roads is actually pretty ridiculous. Because semis do, like, the vast majority of the wear and tear on roads because of how heavy they are. And by cutting that speed down, it just really reduces the wear and tear on the roads. But playing a video game and having to drive like 20 miles per hour slower, you know, so like 20% slower at almost 30% slower, feels not good, man. Feels the suck. This actually worked out well, timing-wise. Driving in Idaho is great. Going 75 on high. Yup. On highways, yep. That was, there's a few places. There's only like a handful of places where you can get much faster than that. California speed limit is the limit. Is the speed of the car in front of you. That is true in a lot of places. Oh, no more highway. Oh, okay, it's right here. I was gonna be like, no more highway. Time for slow drive. But yeah, no, this has definitely been a very lucrative stream so far as in the game. We put away probably 400,000 or something like that. Because we got our money from where it was pretty low up to $250,000. Bought a truck, got a driver. That dropped us down to like 60,000. And we're about to be almost back up to 200,000 again. So yeah. The lights are unrealistic. They're not doing the starburst thing in your eyes. That's called a stigmatism. In your eyes. I know this as someone who has astigmatism. There's a road in California where with a 10 mile per hour stop limit, you can't even cruise control. Yeah, that was that was what is the word? We picked, I think literally we picked up this cargo from that road. Oh. I don't do this. Alright. Let's see. There's probably a mod for that. Yeah, no, for those who don't know, if you look at the lights and they look like little spiky star things, that's astigmatism. You have astigmatism, which is an eye thing that can be corrected with glasses. If they look like pinpoints, congratulations. You don't have astigmatism, or you have good glasses, or whatever. It's just the shape of your eye. But it can lead to sight problems. That's what I have, and that's why I wear glasses, is I have astigmatism. It's very common. Alright, and just like that, I didn't look at the amount. We made, what was that, like 60,000 kind of things? I mean, look at the star things with your glasses and your windshield. You just have dirty glasses and a dirty windshield. Yes. The starbursts are annoying. Yes, they are. You need to get new glasses. It happens. But yeah, so if we look at the world map, I'm not gonna do another freight right this second. But like this is what we're talking about getting here now. With having your high value cargo and your long distance going, $100,000 for one delivery. And sure, it'll take you like 30-40 minutes of real life time to deliver that. But I mean, $100,000 for one delivery. Now, granted, I have ones that I get the same rough mileage. You hate the coupled trailers? That's fair. But the coupled trailers are money. But yeah, that's the way it works. For the record, I actually have like a lot of levels. Yeah, skills. So like I've got my long distance maxed and my high value cargo maxed. So yeah, any high value cargo that I'm delivering at a distance is just money. I assume I could also get just in time on top of high value cargo. And just again, money. I did get all the hazard stuff. I don't think I've actually been delivering stuff of any real hazard, but yeah. Everyone you get those levels is money. Like, because I almost have enough that I could buy another truck and driver, get just in time too. Oh yeah, well we're gonna get them all. Like that's like we're gonna get all of these because all of those are gonna be money. Like that's literally all of these are a multiplier. Like this makes no more missions available. This one does make more missions available, but the big kind of thing is if we get like the super long missions, you get like a 30% increase in revenue. And so you can stack these. So 30% high value urgent. I think those you can get all three of those kind of things. And they all stack at top of each other. And that's where the money just gets absurd, where you get like $100 per mile delivery, which is just really ridiculous. I don't think any trucker makes that kind of money in real life. I could be wrong. I know very little about trucking actually. But with all that said, it is getting to be about that time. We're slightly early, but there's not enough time for me to start another delivery and actually finish it during the stream, because normally I wrap up at 4 a.m. EDT, and it is 3:50. So, let's see. Your first delivery in that game was a freaking house. I didn't know you had houses you could deliver. But yeah, 4 a.m. gaming, that I do. But that said, I'm gonna go ahead and end the recording for when I'm gonna post this on YouTube at some point, if I post this on YouTube. I haven't been posting the